them know that we are the American Indians. Copper color Indians, baby. African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick, you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space.
And we are not Africans. We are not African. Are you an African, baby? Huh?
Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far away I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense. But nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants, and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion. We probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all their stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody thinking they could act up with me. This vibe ain't for free, cause where I'm at in life, I'm only focused on me. Note the self, know yourself, focus on your health. They don't wanna help, then fuck it, do it by yourself. Don't give them no excuse to put you on the shelf. If it's me, myself, and I, then it's no one else. Yeah. Self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yeah, practice what you preaching, but clearly they not practicing entitlement and pride. Yeah, those two things they factor in. Spiral out of control just from all the bantering. When they accustomed to talking behind your back with all that chattering. I remove myself before I abuse myself. Talk about self-love, but you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, I won't act too good for no help. We all healing now. Said some things about me that ain't true. How you feeling now? Even now my lowest, they tried to find a way to bring me down. Big y'all up for years, ain't talking just the brand or the sound. I don't throw things around, I do it from the heart proud. Mama just wanna see her sunshine, removing them dark clouds.
Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself. ISO Dama. Woo! Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Yo, it's too many. Hey, it's too many. Yo, it's too many. Yo, it's too many lies. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. They know that. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't gotta lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young, conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm checking the dudes. Yeah, it's only us two, so you know we copping that coupe. We on the roof, smoking dope, look at the view. Yeah, we used to chill on the stoop, now we out here breaking the news. It ain't what you really could do, cause we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't switch side with no cruise, we just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose, every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse, ain't left to prove. Hey, yeah, hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Yo, it's too many, hey, it's too many, yo, it's too many. Yeah, ask them a real question, yeah, I bet it's all lies. Hey, they won't cross that line for a fact that's offsides. Hey, too much penalties when they run this back, yeah, it's fines. Hey, could've been here with us, but we do not force no vibes. Hey, she gon' try to whip and let me park it in the driveway. They just
just want the praise like the Yahweh. Getting so much bread, yeah, the right way. We done already won, yeah, that's worth the ride way. But they still lying right through their teeth, and they still hiding behind many truths. They was D9, watch my every move, tell them keep trying. Leave that shit on scene, I ain't replying. Lest I know you, that don't mean I'm Hollywood, that just mean I'm Hollywood. All of y'all, I probably stood on the falls, all cause. More times I probably should. I don't know nobody like us. You see how much time it took?
Yeah, hey, it's too many lies, too many lies, too many lies, hey, it's too many lies, too many lies, too many, it's too many, hey, it's too many, yo, it's too many, it's too many lies, hey, yeah, ISO, Indies, down, cheers.
Hey, y'all, salute. Mic check, mic check. Could y'all hear me good? I sound all right? I hope I do. Hey, Carlos, Enoch, I miss you too. Yeah, I just been relaxing and watching other channels and supporting other channels. Hey, y'all, Lily, do I sound okay? Oh, good. All right. Yeah, we're going to get into the thunder today. Hey, Smoke. Hey, Carlos. Wow, I missed y'all too, man. Enoch. Last time I was on was with Dane, I think. Let's see. Tony. Furlough. Hey. Hey, y'all. Hey, Open to Knowledge. Hey. Yeah, Misha. Hey, everybody watching. I tell you, Dane always help out those he know he love. I tell you that much. But it's a lot of hating going on up in here. Bad. I didn't realize how much jealousy there is for that man in YouTube, man. It's sad, but it is what it is. I love him and I have a lot of respect for him, and I respect all his teachings from him and his wife. So more power to you for the hate, but the hate really need to be let go seriously. Hey, Christopher, it needs to be let go seriously. But anyway, I thank Dane because mostly people watching, a lot of them subscribe to my channel, and the people that you see here live is really people that really be in Dane's chat. You know, he got a massive amount of people. Getting a lot of people from Tariq Nasheed chat too. So I really appreciate everybody watching and on Twitter. So all these people in here is a result of Dane and, you know, just people having mad respect. To my YouTube colleagues, salute to y'all, to, you know, to my Twitter colleagues in the professional world, in the corporate world, salute to y'all. I hope we have a clear understanding of how I, you know, interact with the people in my community. And I know some of the things that I say. Hey, Bridget, I love you, sis. I know some of the things I say, you know, a lot of my colleagues in corporate world can't understand it and they view it differently, but they have a right to their own opinion. But this is why I have so many people watching me, because a lot of people in my community understand me. I'm not at work. When I am on my YouTube channel, I am working my second job for Waya Indian Nation. And we do what we want, and we know how to deal with our community. Very much so. We know how to grasp the eyes and the hearts of the people in our communities better than the churches and all these organizations that you placed in our community that are not effective for our people. This is why my viewership is so large. There's 1,600 people in here. That's more, way more than people that be in church. Hey, girly, 1,600 people, 1,500 people viewing. This is way larger than your average church viewership on a Sunday service, even if it's Easter Sunday. So our people understand us and they watch us. This is why we have and why people pay our YouTube community a lot of attention, because what they're getting from us, you don't get from the church and you never will. Which brings us into today's segment. And today's segment is very real. And I'm going to let me turn this off. I'm going to share a segment that I did on Smoke Signals channel that goes very much along with what we're discussing today. And we're going to keep it real. Y'all smash that like button, please. Please smash that like button. Let me put back this back up, because this is very real. And this segment is going to go into me, someone who is not part of the Boule. Hey, Copper, Aborigines, Lady Moon. Love y'all. Girly, everybody. I love y'all, man. Thanks for joining me. This segment is very important. And I know this to be true. Awareness, making you aware as our people, and giving you confidence and inspiration to defeat the psychological games. The Boule is trained. They are trained to exercise on you. Psychological games. The Boule is trained to exercise on you. This is a fact. I went to Boule colleges, universities. I didn't go to public colleges. I went to literally all universities. And it was very Boule. And Boule is a lifestyle that I am not accustomed to. I don't like it. It sucks. It's all about cutthroat Boule lifestyle. Excuse my language. Boule lifestyle is fucked up. I'm serious. Boule lifestyle is fucked up. And that's what these colleges and universities teach. It's most of our people, they research and they have a behavior that you have to master. They have a behavior that you have to master. Seriously. It starts at the associate's degree level and moves all the way up to the doctorate level. You have to, to become a doctor, you have to be able to doctorate the way of playing psychological games on people's minds. It don't matter what your race is. It doesn't matter. The game is always played on people who do not have college education, enhanced education. And it's a part of that college world, university world, that I don't want to be part of. And I'm serious. When you go out in your world, your corporate world, it's a way that they try to transfigure you into. You become thinking like them. And a lot of it is hard to take. That's why in my life, I've never, no matter where I worked, I've never wanted to be in a management position. I have the credentials, but I never wanted to be in that position because I don't like that type of control over my mind. And I don't like to conform to doing ugly things to people. I don't give a damn what your race is. I don't like exercising evil policies on people. Now, let me tell you something. And this is for any state, any damn state. You can have a wonderful, beautiful heart governor. You can in any state. Your governor can be the most beautifulest person in the world and never in his or her mind have intentions on hurting the community with policies that they're appointed, who they appoint. Because a lot of governors in every state. Okay. I'm not talking about Connecticut. All right. I'm talking about every state. A lot of governors, you do have governors that are just beautiful, 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 but they don't know everything unless it's told to them. A lot of government governors and lieutenant governors, they don't know ugly management in their administration. They don't. A lot of them do not know. They are truly innocent to it. They don't know that when they appoint people, that they're appointing ugly beasts to create ugly policies and imposing them on people. They don't know that a lot of governors, they appoint commissioners and different to oversee different agencies. But a lot of those commissioners don't even know that they're lower level staff. I mean managers, directors, supervisors take and play a role in creating policies based on legislative law. A lot of them don't know that some of the policies are literally unconstitutional. A lot of them don't know. But you have managers, directors, and commissioners that do know. And a lot of these governors swear by their appointed people until shit hit the fan. And that governor becomes accountable for ugly ways that managers and directors oversee their agencies that they appoint them to. This is in every state. And it's true. They make laws that are unconstitutional. Governor don't know. He don't know that they're unconstitutional. He's, standing on his appointed commissioner until he hears it. And then that's when new governors and the only cure to that is when new government comes in. Like when a new government comes in and remove every commissioner, because you got to start at the top. The evil starts at the top. And it doesn't get better for all employees because they don't give a fuck how their policies impact their employees at lower level. You just better fucking follow the rule or else. And the only time that type of evil is removed from a particular agencies is when a new governor comes in and remove the former administration to get rid of their ugly fucking ways. So it's changing little by little as the new generations come in because all those the farts, those fucked up farts with 1900, 19th century mindsets, they gotta fucking die. They do. A lot of management, you're right, Pat saying a lot of management is hired to do the dirty work. But again, you could have a governor who is like so humble and he don't know how fucked up his people are until people literally get together and say, look, this is what's happening here. And this is how it's impacting me mentally, psychologically. They're fucking bullies. They're real bad, man. Real bad. So a lot of my life, whether I was in public sector or private sector, I never wanted to take on the role of management positions. I never do because I don't want to be labeled ugly. I don't. It's real bad, man. And one day it's gonna get corrected. One day, y'all. But anyway, let's get into 1700. Y'all smash that like button. 1700 people up in here. So let me be on my best behavior as best as I can with all these people in here. Awareness and defeating the psychological games that these Boule play on you. One thing that I want you to understand is one of the biggest Boule games that Boule. When I say Boule, I mean white Europeans, ones that look like me, brown ones, Latino ones, all of these that have seniority, high five, all them motherfuckers. Okay, I'm talking to all of them. This shit ain't got nothing to do with color. It's what you pledge to. It's what you pledge to do. This is why they have the jobs, because there's a pledge. And you better believe it's always been to hold you back. And our history has always been a hidden secret, no doubt. And and I want you, today you're going to learn the psychological game that's taught literally to make you think something's wrong with you when it's not. It's a paid thing. It's a psychological thing to do to you. Okay? Anybody who has not had college education at different levels, associate's degree, bachelor's degree, master's degree, and then your doctorates, okay? When you're at the master's level, you have mastered the art of research. You've mastered it. That's my level. That's my level. I can go, I'm like this much shy from getting doctorates. I don't even fucking want it because I don't need it at this point. I don't care. But let me tell you something. When you're reading, okay, when you begin, it starts at the associate's level. Anyone outside of college education is not supposed to think critically. You're not. That when you begin to think critically and use common sense and not constructed sense, systematic sense, you are out of order. To anyone at a higher level, when you begin to use your critical thinking, you're out of order. That angers people at higher level. That angers people in higher positions than you when you begin to think critically. Their tactic is to make you think that something's wrong with you. That's always, and I'm going to tell you, I need you to understand this. There's nothing wrong with you. Nothing. And you need to know that. When you're reading and comprehending, it's the job. It's the job. Okay? Of the Boule, corporate level, master level. Just look at them as positions and other people at that level. Agents. They have to come in and strike down your critical thinking by making you think what you see is not really what you're seeing. It's their job to make you feel like that's not right. It's not. That's their job to do that. That's what they pledge. You're not supposed to know. Just remember that. Remember that. There is nothing wrong with you. It's a tactic. It is a tactic for them to stop you from understanding things. When you know, this is why when you're on a job and you know too much, okay, we got to get rid of this bitch. She got to go. She knows too much. She got to go. And then they find ways to get rid of you from the workforce. Just like in their Bible. Just like in their Bible. Listen to me when I'm telling you. I'm telling you that there's nothing wrong with you. It's a tactic used to make you think something's wrong with you. And this is why so many of our people who are not college educated, who have not been through this therapeutic training, that's what the fuck I call college level training, therapeutic training, to condition you to see things the way they want you to see them and the way you better teach it. This bitch knows too much. This is why the dummy in the office gets so much praise, because they don't know. They don't know. This is why you have people like the spook that sat by the door. Can't say shit. This is why you have people like the spook who sat by the door, because they know what's going on, but they're the spook who sat by the door. And when they see that they can't get you to make you think something's wrong, and hey, look this way. No, it's not really that. It's this. They become angry, and there's a reaction. There's reaction. And you're gonna witness this on Smoke Signals live. I got it saved, and I want you to watch it. We're gonna be here for a little while because I ain't been on for a while. But I want you, the first thing I want you to know is when you're reading and comprehending, there's nothing wrong with you, honey. Nothing. Because here's a major thing you have to understand. Scholars that write articles and books, they don't have the final legal decision. They don't have the authority to make final legal decisions. They don't. I don't care what the article is, and I don't care where they got their sources from. Okay? They don't have the final decision to make supreme law of the land. If you wrote an article, that doesn't mean it's the supreme law of the land. I don't give a damn. Okay? So I'm going to show, I want you to first, I want to heal you from anytime you ever felt something was wrong with you because you read something and somebody said, that's not what it says. And that's exactly what it says. It's just like in their Bible. As soon as Eve and Satan, Eve and Adam was woke, what did the guy with the doctorate level say? We got to get them out of here. They have come to know what we know and how we know. They have learned, they have come to know good and evil. Put up cherubims and kick them out. They know we got to get them out. That's what happened in every corporate office. You need to understand that. You need to understand that. When you become as one of them, go look this verse up in their Bible. Lest ye get them out, kick them out the garden, put up the cherubims. They have come to know good and evil as we do. They wasn't supposed to know that. They was not supposed to know that. So now they have to kick your ass out. That's exactly what they do on a job. Oh, the Boule follows their Bible. They got to kick you out because they have come to know good and evil. And that's a fact. I don't give a damn what your race is. I don't care what your race is. This affects every person that has critical thinking gifts. We all have critical thinking gifts. I don't care if you're Asian, white, black, brown, green, Puerto Rican. The minute you begin to use critical thinking, you are the enemy of any groupie that has a leader. You know too much. Get this bitch out of here now. She knows too much. That's what happens. It's because you know too much. So a lot of them that do know too much, they do know too much, know to stay quiet and just be the spook who sat by the door. So now Let me give you an example. And this is fair use. Let me put my thing up here because I want you to listen to the action, the behavior. I want you to watch the behavior of someone who is angry. Because when you read, you nigger, you're not supposed to know that. You hit a nerve just by their actions. Okay. Now, this guy is supposed to be, what do you call it? This guy, now, I'm not going to lie. The man that was on the panel on Smoke's channel, he was humble. Despite how we was treating him and everything, he remained humble. But the minute you struck that fucking nerve, watch the actions. Ain't so humble. So let's get it, y'all. I want y'all to watch it. I got to put my headphones on because I got documents I'm going to read too. Here we go. It's always done. Let me get to Smoke's channel. Damn, I thought I was doing a thing. All right, here we go, y'all. I want y'all to listen. I'm going to do a share screen. Boom, boom, boom. Now I want you to pay attention to his behavior once I read something. All right, let's go. I wasn't sure if he... Let me pull it up, hon. I'm sorry, I didn't. I'm going to start with Jesse Jackson. All right, and I'll put this link in the back for you. This is Jesse Jackson, of course. Don't call me African American. And right here, in 1988, Reverend Jesse Jackson convinced America's Black population to adopt the term African American. I don't need to go any further than that. You could read this article yourself. That's when it came out in 1988. Oh, this thing is streaming. Come on. All right. Give it a minute, y'all. So I'll put this in the back for you. He had no right to do that, and we don't have to agree to that. So I put that in the back for you. Do you have any objections to that, sir?
No, I'm pulling it up.
That's when the terminology African American first existed or came to being.
I wasn't trying to nitpick the language. I was asking, my question was more like, when did the switch take place?
That's when it took place. It was brought to life in 1988. Prior to this wasn't who we were, and we're still not that today because a lot of us do not check that off on applications and forms. Now, people from other areas of the landmass are able to prove that they're from Africa. They indeed can check this off. Me, myself, I can't trace. This was the other day on Smoke's channel, but now we're getting ready to get into the other document, and this is what really angers him. And we're gonna go through more documents. So y'all just listen and watch his behavior and watch the tactic. Myself to Africa. Anyone in my family, I can only go by what our grandmother taught us in United States government's records, which says otherwise. There's no documentation in United States government that ever classified anyone in my family as an African, not on war records or anything. It just doesn't exist. And I'm not going to adopt that. I don't know anybody in Africa. Never been there. There's no slave ship where it traces my ancestor back to being from Africa. That's not the case. So I'll stop there. And then My last thing that I like to share with you that literally tells you what language we spoke as a people. Can you see this? I'll put this in the back for you as well, too. Can you see this document? Hello?
I was waiting for the link. Sorry, I can't
Oh
see
no,
it.
I'm showing it on the screen.
Oh no, I see smokes.
Oh, Smoke has to hit the
You got to stop sharing, I believe, smoke.
no, he has to hit the document. There you go. All right. This is the 1819 census to the Department of Interior. Okay, in 1890. And this is a report from the 5 civilized tribes in Indian Territory: Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw Creek, and Seminole Nations. Okay. At this time, white people claiming to be Indian were overseeing these tribes. Now, I will take you here where it actually is. And you can have this. Let me just do a word search. All right, this is not working. Maybe it's up here. I don't like to read. It's too much to read, but I just want to take you exactly to where it speaks about that we only speak nothing but Indian languages. So just give me a minute. I'm sorry. I virtually. That's not it. Every often. Here it is. I found it. All right. I'm going to read. I'm going to ask you to read if you don't mind. I'm going to blow it up some more. And these are the civilized tribes. I'm going to ask you to read from where it says the citizens. I'm going to ask you to read it, so you could see what the white people did, making themselves an Indian of this land. What Europeans did. What's your name?
Wait, so you're claiming that the Europeans added themselves to the Indian
Yes,
group?
sir. You're going to read about it. Look what they did to the copper-colored races found here by them. Read. If you start with the citizens of the 5 tribes, if you could read that out loud, I'd appreciate it.
Starting where?
The citizens of the 5 tribes, right there at the top.
Yeah, hold on. The text is kind of hard for me to read.
Do you need me to blow it up a little bit more?
No, can I just have the PDF?
Yeah, I'm going to give you the PDF in a minute, but you can't read it from here?
No, I just had to move it out of my.
All right, I'll read it for you, and then I'll put the PDF in the back for you. It clearly states, the citizens of the 5 tribes watch with a jealous eye each moment of the United States or its agents, as questions of vast moment are pending. This made them chary of answering questions proposed by the numerators or special agents. A serious difficulty was met in the answer to, are you an Indian? Under the laws of the 5 tribes or nations of the Indian Territory, a person white in color and features is frequently an Indian, being so by remote degree of blood or by adoption. So that's telling you right there, these white people became Indians.
Hold on.
By way,
Indians have pale skin too. That's disingenuous as hell.
No. No, that is not true.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not. It is not.
There
I'm
are
telling you
pale,
what they
pale-skinned
did.
Indians up here where I
White
live now and where I
people
grew up.
are white people. It's telling you here how white people became an Indian because
It
it
seems
was
to me that they're
by
just identifying pale Indians.
No. It's telling you here how these white people that look like you became an Indian, being so by remote degree of blood
No, why?
or
It makes
by
no sense.
adoption.
Why would they not just
Okay.
call out
All
European
right.
right there?
Excuse me. This is a report from the 5 tribes. And this is telling you how white people became Indians by remote degree of blood. Remote means further out.
Yeah, not
They
European becomes
what
Indians.
they did was claimed a nigger on a tree. All they needed was to claim one, or they were adopted. That's how they became Indians, our white people. All right. Now, and this is why there was a difficulty to the answer of, are you an Indian? Because society knows that Negroes is the Indian. So now you get this. Now check this shit
That's
out.
a huge leap.
Okay, wait a minute. This is a government document. This ain't Sister Betsy's document.
No.
This
I'm not
is
talking
an
about the
actual.
veracity of the document. I'm talking about your interpretation of the document.
Okay, so you're telling me that this is not saying that I can read. I can read. Under the laws of the 5 tribes or nations of the Indian Territory, a person white in color and features is frequently an Indian. All right. Being so by remote degree of blood or adoption. That's the only way that these white people became an Indian, by a remote degree of blood or their asses was adopted.
It sounds to me like
Now,
they're just trying to highlight the fact that Indians could be, they're not limited solely to dark complexion. They could also
okay,
be
I'm
pale.
sorry, but that's not what you're getting out of here. It's telling you how they white asses became Indians.
That's your
By a
interpretation
degree.
of it.
Hold on, y'all. I got to go yell at these people with this goddamn lawnmower. Hold on, y'all. Hey, y'all. Dag. I'm back. Mic check. Mic check. Could y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Give me a 1. Mic check. Mic check. Could y'all hear me? Okay, good. I'm about to go back to it. I had to go chase them damn lawn people away from my damn window. Let me get back to it. I'm sorry. Okay. So now, let me get back. Let me go. Now, and I'm gonna share the screen again. But he was so humble, right? What he tried to do, he was angry. He called it my interpretation. That's one complete sentence. And there is nothing hard about understanding what was being presented to him. He was angry. He tried to act like he didn't know what frequently met mean. Okay. It says a person white, okay, and in color is frequently met. Okay, this is them going on a reservation. If you look up frequently, that means you're going to see them when you come on a reservation. People with white features. And then it went into explain how they are Indian by a remote degree of blood and adoption. That's the two ways. And he's angry. He was so angry. Oh, this white man was so angry. His ass is from England. And this is what they're trained to do. This is what they're trained to do. And they've always done this to people of color. They do it to Puerto Ricans, Latinos. They've done this to all of the indigenous people, no matter what part of the area of the land you're on, whether you're from mainland, North America, South America, and Central America. This is their tactic. They're trained to do that. And our people that look like us, that are Boule, are trained to do that too. They're trained. That's not what that means. Excuse me. First of all, you do not determine the supreme law of the land. And that's a federal document. What made him even more angry, because it was a federal document stating this on how the person with white features became the Indian by a remote degree of blood. So don't you ever let anyone try to sabotage you in believing that you're not really understanding what you're reading. That's a tactic. And I'm a hard bitch. Excuse my language. I'm a hard bitch. You can't do that to me. Because see, I went to college to master your bullshit, to understand your tactic. I don't use it evilly towards people. And this is my calling. This is my calling. Making sure you understand what the fuck is being told to you and taught to you. This is my calling. And I help people because it's not only done to us, it's done to anybody where corporate management, Boule, feels that you are beneath them. This is the behavior that they exercise. So let's go back to it. So you just watch and listen to his behavior and the way he speaks and the way he's trying to fuck you over in your mind. But he can't, you know, he can't do it to me because I'm that bitch. I'm that spook who sat by the door. But I ain't no punk, and I'll never be afraid. So let's get to it, y'all. And I don't want, when this happens to you, don't you think ever for once that there's something wrong with you. I don't care who you are, whether you're white and they think you're white trash and low level minded and you don't really know what you're reading or understanding. Don't you think for once that there's something wrong with you. It's their policy and their tactic to be this way to you. I don't care what your race is because they do it to anybody that they feel that's lower level than them. Color ain't got nothing to do with it. All right. So let's get back to it. This tactic is used on everybody. Let's go, y'all. Let's get back to it. Just watch his behavior. You got to watch it. Watch the behavior. No,
That is how you are reading it.
It's not my interpretation. It's telling you.
It even says
that
frequently in
being
India, not that all white
frequently-
people are actually Indians.
Listen, being so by remote degree of blood or adoption. That's what's fucking you up because it's telling you
Remote
how
degree
they
of blood.
answered
How
her
do you know
Indian.
that doesn't just mean that like certain European
Okay, look up
ancestors had
remote,
been?
bro. Look up remote.
Why?
Look
Why
up
do I need? Why would
remote.
I need to look the
Because
word
obviously
remote
you
up?
don't understand what a remote degree of blood is. That's further back.
Wow,
If you go look it up,
genuinely think that I don't
yeah,
understand
okay.
the word remote.
Yes, I genuinely think it because this is what's fucking you up. Now I ain't finished.
No, it's not. It's just your
There
claim
are
and your
many,
interpretation.
and then it goes in to tell you we ain't finished, boy. There are many
Okay, but
whites.
even that first
Now,
line, you are making
again,
huge
let me
assumptions,
finish. I know this is
huge
fucking.
leaps in
I know
logic.
this is fucking your life up right
It's
now.
not fucking my
But
life up. I think
well,
that you are
shut up so
mentally
I can
ill.
finish reading.
You are mentally
Shut
ill.
up. Shut up so I can finish reading because this is what's fucking you up. in
Nothing's
your
fucking me up.
soul.
You
Well,
seem
shut
like a
up.
charlatan.
Shut
I'm
up.
sorry.
Shut up and get the education now. Shut
It's
up.
not an
'cause
education. You just
I'm
have like this
teaching
weird little
now.
hive that you
Yeah,
guys
okay,
can parade
goddammit.
around your
Yeah,
mental
okay,
illness.
goddammit. Yeah, okay, goddammit. You can
Okay,
suck
keep
out
going.
my ass right now. Here we
Oh,
go.
there's the real
You
person.
damn
There's
right.
the real
There-
human being coming
you
out.
got it. You got it. I stand on my people, and
You
I
don't know
always
this.
will. You are just a
You
white
just
guy
go
from
to
England.
whoever gives you the biggest
Listen,
victim card. Like,
get
we were
the
here first. Give me all
lesson.
your shit.
Get the
It's predictable
motherfucking
as hell.
lesson,
You're always
bitch.
a victim.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Mute his mic, Smoke.
Keep reading it then. Keep
There
reading the
are
document and I'll shut up.
there are many whites now resident claiming to be Indians whose claims have not as yet been acted upon by the nation. Many whites are now talking about I'm Indian.
So what?
Now,
Maybe they
when we
prefer to
get
live
to
and
look what happens to
exist
Negroes.
alongside Indians.
Negroes
That doesn't prove
are
that there's
frequently
no
met.
proof that like the people were swapped around.
Excuse me.
All right,
This
continue.
is not my motherfucking report.
No, it is
Even
your interpretation.
even though
and
there
you are
are, I
inconsistent.
ain't interpreting shit right now. I'm reading now. There are many whites now resident claiming to be Indians,
So
whose claims have not
many,
as yet been
not all
acted
whites.
upon
Many. So
by
what?
the nations. Now, when
that-
it comes to the Negroes are frequently met who speak nothing but Indian languages and are Indians by tribal law and custom.
So
I'm
there's no
fucking
exclusivity
done.
there.
Yeah, I know it fucks you up.
No, it doesn't.
No,
It really doesn't fuck me up at all.
How come these white people ain't speaking Indian languages?
What?
Why?
Because they're not.
Why are they clearly pointing out that when you come up on this motherfucking reservation, you running into a Negro?
It seems to me that they're calling out
nothing but Indian languages. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
They're calling out outliers. Like
hold up.
What a person
Hold
would
up.
assume. Like, here are examples of Indians.
Here we
who are
go.
not what
Here
you'd
we go.
expect.
And because these niggas don't speak nothing but Indian languages, look what the census takers needed. The difficulties surrounding the taking of this census were augmented by the fact that enrolling the Indians, and it frequently occurred that it was necessary to equip 2 and sometimes 3 motherfucking interpreters
Can you just read without the embellishment,
to accompany the enumerator to converse with Indians in the same locality.
So what?
Now,
there were language
because
barriers.
these
There were lots of
Negroes,
dialects and languages.
if these Negroes don't speak nothing but Indian languages, the census takers
frequently met. It
needed
doesn't say
to
all. It does not say all Negroes are actually Indians. You're insane.
when you come up
You're
on that
fucking
bitch.
insane.
No, we're just talking in one specific location. We're talking about on the reservations in Oklahoma, sir. I'm not speaking about other areas at this point. I'm speaking about when you walk up on them reservations, you are frequently bumping into niggas, and they needed them niggas to walk around with the census takers to interpret with the Indians in the same locality. Now, let me tell you, this is what makes
document back up.
you
What are you doing?
angry. Oh,
No,
I'm
it's
gonna give
not.
you the
I'm not.
link.
I'm not
hold
angry
on.
at all. Please give
No,
it
no,
to me.
no.
Yes,
I'm
please.
giving you the link.
I would love to dissect
so you
this.
can have that. You can dissect all the way out your ass.
You got some like
But
Art
let me
Bell
tell you
coast
something.
to coast
Let me
fan
tell you
fiction
something.
history that
Let
you're
me tell you
clinging
something
to.
about me. Let me tell you something about me. I am a researcher. I am certified in research. I
Yeah.
am a paralegal specialist, certified. Okay.
What's the name
I
of the
know how
certification?
to read. Paralegal specialist. That is the name of my certification in my state. And I also have a degree in legal studies. Ain't no fucking way you gonna sit up on this panel and tell
That really
me
doesn't have
I
anything to do
can't
with this topic at
read
hand.
and because it
I didn't
shows
say
I
you
can
couldn't read.
research.
No,
I
I'm talking
can
about your
read
interpretation
and
of the document in the
comprehension.
English language.
Oh no, you're mad and you're angry. I just fucked your life up.
No,
Now
I'm
sleep
not.
on it.
I'm not
You're
mad.
fucked. You're
I'm not
fucked.
mad.
You're
I,
fucked.
it's
I
7:30.
fucked
I'm pulling
you
all night.
up.
I'm probably not going to
It
sleep.
fucks you all up. Now sleep
No,
on
it
that.
does. It
Sleep
doesn't.
on that.
It really
Sleep
doesn't mess
on
me up at
that.
all, ma'am.
Yeah, you're finished. You're finished.
No, that
You're
wasn't like
finished.
there was no like home
The
run or anything on your part.
1860. Yeah,
You
okay.
showed me two
Whatever.
lines from an old
Yeah,
document
okay.
and
Oh no,
reinterpreted
you
it a
can
whole
read
bunch
the
to
whole
suit your
motherfucking
fucking.
thing. I'm not gonna sit up here and read this 39-page report. You can have it. I'm giving it to you in the back. You can
Okay,
have it.
please
It's
give it
all
to me.
yours.
But
This
even that,
is
okay, but
federal.
the most important information is what you went to,
Look,
and
y'all
you are
hunkies came
extrapolating
over
so
here.
much from that.
Y'all
Yeah, go
hunkies.
straight to ad
Y'all
hominems and
hunkies.
racism. Yep,
You
yep,
hunkies came
yep.
over here. You hunkies came over here and claimed to be Indians. You came
No,
over here as an
no,
Englishman.
you have
All
no
of a
idea
sudden,
what my
now
fucking
you a
people did.
fucking Indian. So
No,
get your ass out of here. You're
no,
finished.
you
You're
pulled all of
finished.
that out of those 2 lines.
No,
You're
it ain't hard. It ain't
infantilizing.
hard. I know this shit fucks you up and it hurts.
It
I
doesn't.
know it hurts.
It
It
doesn't
does.
hurt.
It
It
fucks
doesn't
you
hurt.
up.
It
Oh,
doesn't
yes, it
hurt.
do.
Like no,
Yes, it
no.
do.
I was open to
Yes,
it
it
at
do.
first. This
Because
doesn't
you're
hurt at
still
all.
talking about how it don't hurt.
I'm responding to your direct,
Sorry.
ridiculous claims in the
Sorry, boo
moment.
boo. But there's the link in the back. You can have that bitch. It's
Thank you.
all yours.
But the
I
fact that you
relinquish
pulled
my
you pulled
motherfucking
all
mic.
of that,
I
you pulled
relinquish my
all of that
mic.
out of those 3 lines. I was expecting
The
something like
document is in the
groundbreaking.
back.
I
You
got
can
it pulled
have
up on
that
my PC
document.
already.
You
Yep,
can
the
have
PC.
that document, but there shows you the switching bait. I just showed you how
There is no
y'all
switching
hunkies.
bait.
I
There's no
just
switching
showed you
bait. There was
how
interpreters
y'all
present that spoke the
hunkies.
language you
I
don't.
just showed you how y'all hunkies stole the identity of the
No.
original people of this motherfucking land. Case closed. Now prove with some information
You didn't
and
prove anything. You're
documentation
just making
and
claims
debunk
about the
it.
way that you interpreted
Debunk
like
what
a
I just showed
paragraph.
you. Debunk what I just showed you with documental proof.
The
Debunk it.
document itself debunks what you're claiming. Like I don't
Okay.
understand how anyone in their right mind could extrapolate all of that from a
You
paragraph.
know what, white guy? You tell that to the white people that submitted that report to the federal government.
The report, I'm not disputing the veracity of the
The
report.
document
Again,
does not
I'm talking
debunk
about
me.
your
And the
interpretation of the fucking
document
document.
does not debunk what I said.
Yes,
What I can read,
this document does
I
not
can
say anything that you
comprehend.
said at all.
Yeah, okay. Good luck, sir. Good
It doesn't.
luck.
No,
Good
like
luck.
you're jumping to
Good
enormous
luck.
conclusions. That is a
Good luck.
huge
You're
fallacy and a
mad
huge leap in
and you're
logic.
fucked. You're
I'm
mad
not, I'm
and
not
you're
mad.
mad. You're
I'm genuinely
really
not
mad.
mad. I'm
You're
not.
mad. You're all fucked up.
I'm not.
You won't do it. You won't do it.
Won't
Good
do
luck.
what?
That's why your ass can't sleep now, because you're really fucked up. Guess what?
No, I
You're
have to
gonna
work
be up
in a
for it.
little bit.
You're
That's why
gonna
I'm
be
not
up for
sleeping.
another 24 hours. You're fucked. You're fucked.
Well, I don't know.
You're
Why is
fucked.
the 24
That
hours? What's
hit.
that have to do with
I
anything?
know that fucked you up. You
No.
hurried up and said, oh, those white people, they're Indians, they're white. Yeah, motherfucker.
I didn't say it
Debunk
like
what
that
I
at
just
all.
said. Yes, you
You're
did.
misrepresenting even
Yes,
the way
you
my
did.
tone of voice. No, I
You
didn't.
just said
I find
the
this highly
pale-faced,
amusing
the Indians
because
are. The Indians
everything that
are. Okay, why are those Negroes don't speak
because they spoke the
nothing
language.
but
So what?
Indian languages?
Just
That's
because
it.
they
That's
could have been.
all we spoke.
You
And
know, a lot of language was shared among
I
people
know it
groups
hurt.
over the
These are the
entire history of the
same
human race,
Indians.
just solely based
These
on
are
trade and
the
commerce.
same. These are the
Doesn't
same
mean they're the same
motherfucking
people.
Indians. These are the same Indians.
Knowing
that
the
were
language
pushed
does not mean
to
you're the same
Oklahoma.
people. Sorry,
These
lady.
are the same Indians that were pushed to Oklahoma. Now debunk it.
No, you're
You
making the
can't.
outlandish
You
claim.
can't.
I want to see
Stand
your proof.
down.
If this
Stand
is your
down.
if this is your
Stand
smoking
down,
gun, that's
Satan.
sad. That's
Stand
sad.
down.
No,
Stand down.
no, you got
Stand
nothing
down.
other than to yell and
Stand
ad
down.
hominem and take nothing.
Stand down. Stand down. You can't fuck with me.
What?
Ever. Ever.
You,
Not even in your sleep. You ain't gonna sleep tonight. You ain't gonna sleep
I have
the
to
rest
work,
of
so
this
I won't be
motherfucking
sleeping.
week.
Not well. It's
You ain't
today
gonna be able
technically.
to sleep.
So no, I will sleep eventually.
You ain't gonna be able to sleep the rest of this fucking month.
What?
Cursed be you. Now stand.
You are
I'll
evil
stand on that.
and mentally ill, lady.
I'm very evil.
Yeah.
And I stand on
I
everything
don't
I
know.
just said.
I don't know why you should be proud of that.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah,
Good luck.
The fact that you over there fucking him up.
Oh, yes, you know I got to. I don't stand down on no honky tonk.
Explain to me who in their right mind would take that paragraph to mean everything that you've been claiming.
You're
for the past
okay,
hour.
motherfucker. Well, you go and explain
you?
how you can
Or
debunk
do
it, because
you
you
interact
can't.
like
You
speak?
can't debunk it. You can't debunk it. Debunk it, white boy. Debunk it.
Well, is that
Now.
any? I can make up my own
Debunk
history
it,
right
white
now
boy.
and just say that you can't
Debunk
debunk
it, white
It's true, right?
boy.
That's a
Debunk
fallacy.
it,
Now.
white boy, and bring proof
You
and
don't understand
documentation.
basic logic.
Bring
You
proof
don't
and
understand
documentation.
basic logic.
Bring proof and documentation right now, white boy.
You can't just debunk
Right
any
now, white boy.
random nonsense.
Bring proof
Sorry.
how your ass came from England and became an Indian of the motherfucking
I'm not an
land.
Indian. I'm not an Indian.
I know
I'm
goddamn well,
American
and
because I
that
was born
applies
in
to all
America.
of y'all
I
who
was born in America.
stole the
I didn't steal
identity,
anything.
who stole the
I
identity.
didn't steal anything.
You became
My
Indian.
people didn't steal anything.
You're a
I'm
liar.
American. No.
White people stole the identity of Indians of this land. How the fuck you from French, German, all the European countries, and all of a sudden you get over here and you are Indian? Get the fuck out of here.
I didn't even
Prove
read
it.
that sentence.
Debunk
being
it.
European.
Debunk
Why
it.
would they not
Debunk
make
it.
mention of
Debunk
Europeans?
it. Debunk it right now. Debunk it. You can't. Go to
Wait,
your
your
granny.
chat saying I'm in my feelings over facts. Are you kidding? You got that back.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop it right there because don't know white people be up 24 hours on with niggas on YouTube like that. For real. And I know you guys paid attention to the tactic. He was angry. All I did was show him one little paragraph, and was able to show him how white people became Indians. It wasn't my report. White people wrote that report and said how white people are the Indian. People white in features. Okay. And they're either by Indian by remote degree of blood. Remote means away, further down. Maybe their granny down 6 or 7 generations. That's why when you look at the Dawes rolls, that backs up and substantiates that report. Why you see 164th Indian in their white, people with white features. Okay? But don't forget, Sister Bethy went and took all the full bloods and did their genealogies and took the documents and locked them. They're all Negroes. All of them. And he's angry. This man is angry because we're not supposed to critically think. And I wasn't supposed to think to go and pull those genealogy records from them full bloods. It's too late. I already got the documents. So if they want to take them down off the Dawes rolls, they could go right ahead. I already got the documents. I already got them. The census sheets, and I spread them out to people in case y'all try to kill me. So it's already shared out everywhere. But they know this shit. So I keep telling you, they waiting on us. We not waiting on them. But you see the tactic. I showed you that video because I wanted to see you the tactic that they play on you when you've woke up to know good and evil. They had to hurry up and get you out. Get him out. I don't know how you you seen this tack. He was just disgusted. You read that sentence, and you read 2 sentences. I'm like, okay, well, let's think common sense here. Why are the Negroes just speaking Indian languages? Why didn't they send the white people around with the census takers? Why didn't they even mention that white people spoke the Indian languages? Because they didn't. They didn't. That still happens today in the corporate world. Oftentimes in the corporate world, don't tell me if, and I'm going to use modern day language. When a black person calls the phone, a lot of white people can't understand them what they want. They can't. When white people answer the phone, sir, I don't, because our word usage is different from theirs. So it makes them, they have great difficulty understanding us. So what are they going to do? They're going to pass the phone to me. Oh, this is what he wants. Indian language, Indian, you got to understand, that's a derogatory term. It's lateral to nigger. They say it today. Today they use a different term for the way we speak as a people. It's called Ebonics. They hate Ebonics. Back then it's on Indian talk. They don't Indian talk. Today it's Ebonics. You have to understand this. And when you wake up, they become angry because you know. But they want to make you think like he tried to run his little college game on me. I'm like, motherfucker, who you talking to? You trying to run game on me? I don't understand how you read that 2 sentences. I read the two most important sentences. You remember that in little school. We didn't learn this in college. We learned this in little school. When you read a paragraph, back to little school, remember when you were learning how to read a paragraph? The main idea. I picked out the 2 main ideas. Who are they talking about? Boy, don't play with me. I'm not the one. You can't run that game on me like you do humble people in my community that are vulnerable. And it don't matter whether they're Puerto Rican, Mexican, poor white trash. These are the people's minds that you play on, but you won't do that shit over me because I'm going to make sure they understand what they've read. And I'm going to make sure that they understand you and your fucked up tactic. I keep telling you, you're going to keep messing with the wrong people, playing on their minds, making people think that they're crazy and they're not. And you know what? It's never Pookie that come for your ass. It's your own that come and put your ass in wood chippers. We don't do that. Stop fucking with people's minds. Because see, when you left the poor white trash with us, we took care of them. That's why they understand us. That's why they act like us. Because you treated them like shit. When you taught the poor white trash, we let them know that it ain't nothing wrong with you, baby. You're reading and understanding exactly what it said. I'm telling you, this motherfucker don't have no degrees. And I'm telling you, what you read was right. That's correct, honey. See, people like me are not going to allow you to play your pledge sorority games on people's minds. There's a lot of me out there. There's a lot of me that look like me that ain't going to let you do this to nobody. There's a lot of white people out there just like me that despise y'all motherfuckers. Y'all Boule. There's a lot of white people that are telling you, no, you read it right. There's a lot of us out here against y'all. So when I tell you, y'all, we're not the only ones they play this game on. Like what he did. He's taught that. And then he tried to make himself fit in. I didn't go to college. I didn't get no degrees. It was self-taught. I get this, I get that. I self-taught myself how to do this. I went and I got a job and I didn't do no college. I self-taught myself IT and blah, 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 that. You know what I said to him? White power! Because niggas can't do that. Niggas got to go get educated to fuck with IT. He sat there and said, I ain't go to college, lying his ass off to go get IT. I'm self-taught. I had hands-on training. I just said to him, white power, white power, white power. That's what I just kept saying. That's what the fuck white power is. That's what I said to his dumbass. But let me tell you again, and I'm going to keep telling you this until you understand it. I'm coming to tell you and I'm coming to relieve you from this shit being done to you. When you're reading something and you're reading it and you understand it for what it is, 2 to 1, you're right. It is. It's a tactic for them to come to tell you that's not what it means. Who the fuck is this motherfucker? They're trained to do that to you. And they always have been. The Boule is trained to do that. That's why they take those seniorities and pledges. That's what that's all about. A lot of them people in the sorority ain't our people, and then a lot of them are. So that the ones that ain't us, that look like us, that ain't us, they don't have a problem doing it too, because they can't stand you either. They've always wanted your space over here because they're not from the mainland. All right. So when people are doing that to you and you see it happening to you, no matter whether you're in the public sector or private sector, it's a taught tactic to make you think something's wrong with you. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with you. It's a tactic taught. We learn that in school. We learn that in our employment. We learn it in our employment. That's a fact. I can't do it and sleep peacefully. Some beast can, because they're trained. They train you in the military. They psychologically train you in the military. They train you. They're trained to do this to you. I don't give a fuck what your race is. They're trained to do this to you, to do these to make you feel like something's wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you. It's a tactic. And I'm telling you, you know the tactic, because they always got a nigga in the forefront to sit there and do it to you. Because if the white person do it to you, you're just going to know. But they put the nigga there in front of you to do it to you. And that's the one that get the big bucks to do this shit to you. Lex, shut up. Y'all don't time Lex out. He's mad. Because see, hit dogs holler. Hit dogs holler. And when I tell you that this is nothing racist, because it's happening. I'm telling you, it happens to white people. It happens to people all over the world. It's always been a tactic. Hit dogs will come in here and holler. And that's a fact. Get my name right, Lex. It's not Bethe. Stop. Hit dogs holler. Anytime you see a nigga that's supposed to be from our community come here and do that shit, that's how you know. And they get angry. They train you on the police force. They train you in different law enforcements. You are trained to do this shit. Why do you think they bring you in interrogation rooms? They're so fucking good. I'm telling you, some interrogators are so fucking good. They'll train you, interrogate you in that fucking room to make you believe you did something that you ain't even fucking do. It's a tactic taught. This is why they always say, you always hear the saying, such and such is the best man for the job. Because you can interrogate somebody and it won't fuck with your head all night. There are people trained to interrogate you into believing something you didn't do, even when it's murder. They're so fucking good at it that you'll walk out believing that you fucking killed somebody. And you caved. People have caved. This is done to all races of people. And a lot of this is done in, I'm speaking in the United States now. It don't matter your race. This is a tactic. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's bad. I wish I understood witchcraft, Lex. I really do. But this is what they do. You're a distraction. But I'm going to keep it moving. So understand this, y'all. When y'all are going through this, it's nothing wrong with you. It's a tactic being used on you. And when they don't succeed and doing it to you, that's when heads roll. Their job comes on the line if they can't successfully fuck your mind up. They just make one call, get him out. Get him out. You got to go. There are some of our people that have been in very high positions and pushed to do such things that they just walked out of work and couldn't and never looked back. Because some of our people, a lot of our people, a lot of white people too, just walked off the job and gave up. They said, I can't do this. Walked out and went and got other careers. That goes on a day-to-day basis. A lot of white people can't take this kind of fucking heat. And they said, I'm not doing that to that lady. That lady's done nothing to me. That lady have been so beautiful. I can't do this to her. They pack up, leave, and don't even ever fucking come back. A lot of white people have done that. And I've watched it in my career. It could be a white person that you work with for 20 years and y'all been buddies. It's his turn to come and hurt you. Some of them like, babe, they go home that night because they know they got to start it with the shit the next day. They go home to their wives, babe, I'm not going back there. I can't do what they want me to do. And they go get other careers. This is facts. I have a lot of political colleagues that have been pushed to harm people psychologically in the workforce. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you what I know. And there are people in here who can attest to this behavior. I've seen white men, white women leave for lunch and not return back. And these are people that I know. I'm like, you ain't coming back to work. No, I can't come back. And they can't tell you, yo, they wanted me to do this to you. I couldn't do it. And they go and they open up other successful businesses. This goes on all the time. It's like all Negroes are your enemy. Neither are all white people are not your enemy. A lot of times when you see white people just leave, you don't even know why the fuck they leave. They could be leaving just because they don't want to hurt you and they can't do it. Y'all don't know this part of management. at this clown, man. When you spitting these kind of facts, look at this. Look at his behavior. I told you, our people. Look at this. Y'all see this? When you're telling stuff like this, look at his comment. Well, Lex, they already did visit me because this is why I'm telling what I'm telling today. I always get nice visits from the ancestors, white ones and black ones. How about that, Lex? That's why I'm telling this, because a lot of people can't tell it. See, I ain't way all the way up high on my ass with the big butts. I'm telling you what I learned and what they do. This is what happens when you spill the fucking beans. It's like walking in a fucking interrogation room and spoiling everything. It's like walking into an interrogation room and saying, yo, he's not being serious. They told him to come in here and do this to you. And I just fuck it all up. And this is what happened, see, Lex. You better hope they don't visit you, Lex. It's not going to be a nice visit. Somebody else, ancestors, going to visit your ass. Sit your ass back, boy. I'm doing what you don't have the balls to do, nigga. Remember that. So now, y'all give me a 1. Give me a 1 if you understand what I share with you today, because I'm taking you little by little. This is for people all over the United States. I don't give a damn what your race is. This tactic has been done to you. I'm here to tell you, ain't shit wrong with you. It's a tactic to make you think something's wrong with you. Psychologically. Give me a 1. Never wanted niggas in the office. You got to remember that. And that's a fact, y'all. These tactics are used. It don't matter what your race is. This is what they do. This is what they're paid to do. I'm here to just give you comfort in telling you there's nothing wrong with you. It's a tactic. And I'm going to tell people how I know and relieve people who have helped me. And I understand what they're going through. I want you to know that a lot of times when I back off of shit, because I know where it's coming from. And I want you to know that I know. I just want you to know that I know. Okay? I want you to know that. And I'm talking to my colleagues across the world. I already know. That's why I backed off. Okay? All right. So let's get into this other information. All right. So here's all this goes together what I'm talking to you about today. And I want you to understand, you need to know this. Let's go here. Let me pull up my overlays. We're going to start with let me get the document up. Now, I want you to understand this. Who the hell was here? And when, who, and whoever came. And reading, listen, when we read that report, that whole report, when we read that report that was given, the one that I just read about Negroes spoke now by Indian language, no Asians, and that spoke of no Native Americans spoken of in that document. Didn't even mention the word Native American. No mentioning of Asians in that document. That was in 1890, I believe. Now, we're going to put more proof in the pudding. We're back here being governors all across these, what are now called 50 states. You had black governors all the way, even count from Mass. We're in 1755, y'all. Black governors. All right? I'm showing you some shit. And this whole document, when you read it, you hear no mentioning of Asians or Chinese. This is in 1755, y'all. I'm going to show you. Now I'm going to show you when. All right? Just remember this. Matter of fact, let me take a water break because now we're about to get into some shit. Some real shit. Let me take a lady bathroom break. Y'all listen to this and breathe. And matter of fact, get an ink pen and pen. Get a pen or ink pen, or get to your laptop and open up a blank Word document because you're going to need it. All right. I'm going to play a song, go use the ladies' room, and then come back and we about to get it in. Just look at these years. I'll be right back.
Time's been moving slowly, so we already in too deep. Can't get no sleep on each other, heavy teasing all day. And when the sun sets, you asking me to come through, kick it with you. Night turn to morning dew, then you the key to the lock, we in our own zone. Make yourself at home, get to know mine on the inside. Can meet at yours next time. And you feel it fresh in it, lose control. You don't wanna go slow, for sure. We both already know your place is my place now. Let's face it, baby, you know all the places. My place is your place. Your place is my place. Just face it, no one knows my places like you do. Your places like I do. Place like you do.
All right, y'all. All right, let's go. Now, I know y'all remember this tactic from long ago. and this could be with any race. All right. One of the biggest tactics towards Negroes in the business world, a white person would come and say things to you that would get on your nerves, and that they're trying to be funny, but they're taught this tactic because they want you to hit them. They always did that. They did. Or they want you to respond away in a manner in which they're accustomed to seeing your people respond, or our people. They know that one of our weaknesses was to strike when offended. That was one of the biggest tactics back in the 70s, in the 80s, and the 90s, up to including this day. They come and stand over you, and they want to, just continuously harass you because they're wanting you to react in an insubordinate manner so they can get you for insubordination, to the point where you strike them. You just say, fuck it, knock their ass out and walk out the office. That was a tactic that was heavily used in the 70s to our parents, yo. Some of our parents fell victim to it and just hit them and said, man, I couldn't take the things that they were saying to me, so I just hit their fucking ass. They still do that tactic today. Now, that's true. That was a tactic. I keep telling you, they're trained to do that, to see how you're going to act or see how you're going to respond. Seriously. And the best response is silence. Just silence. Just look at them. Look stupid as fuck. Because they're waiting for you to knock them out. And they're the ones that end up looking stupid because they look dumbfounded. Because they're waiting for you to hit them. Because they want you to hit them. Because they learned that our weakness as a people was to strike. There was never any negotiations. It was just hit your ass and that's it. That was a tactic, especially used on a lot of our men, per se. Now today, because there were managers and directors hired in the office that tell you what to do. And their favorite thing is, if you ever say I say this, I'll deny it if they come to me. But the next time the motherfucker comes up to you and you feel offended, call the police. Call the police. Pick up the phone and call the cops and tell them that this man is harassing you. Because they know that human resources, affirmative action, are not going to do nothing. So, white people that can't take this bullshit either, they tell you, call the cops on that motherfucker. And they said, if you ever come back and say that I told you this, I'll deny it. I'm telling you, seriously, I'm telling you some real shit that I've experienced in corporate management, whether I was in private or public. Don't argue back with them. Go call the police. And that happens to be white people who like you, who are very real and see the bullshit. I would never give their names. Ever. I'll never do that. But I'm telling you, across the states, I'm not saying my state, but it's the truth. So I'm telling you, if somebody's harassing you or keep pushing you and pressuring you, call the cops. Call the cops. And when the cops get there, say he's harassing me. Every day, he harass me. Call the cops and get a police report. Right there on the fucking job, I'm telling you to do this. When you feel harassed and higher ups are not going to do nothing because all of them are in on it. Call the fucking police. All right? That's what a wise man told me. All right. All right, y'all, let's get it. Somebody got tired. Enoch got tired of Lex. That's okay. Because people like him react. Now, y'all know Lex ain't been over to my channel in a minute. This is what I'm telling you, Hit Dogs Holler. Because I'm fucking their life up, their game up. And that's why I'm here. It's just too bad. So, all right, y'all, let's get into it. I already had this up. You've seen the years. Pay attention to the years. Who was, in what? This is here in the North. This is 1755. And you better believe down south was the same shit. Now, here we go. The first census to include a category for people of Asian descent was in 1870. Y'all got your pen? 1870. Yo, shit hit different when the truth come out and you begin to use critical thinking, common sense, critical thinking. Let's go. Let's go. Let's have some fun now, y'all. The first U.S. census to include the category of people of Asian descent was in 1870, when enumerators classified about 63,000 people as Asian. That was in 1870. Now, keep in mind now, y'all. This is 1750 motherfucking 5. Give me a 1 if you see some date shit. Every time I show you something, I want you to say, well, goddamn, I see some date shit. Date shit. Let's go. 1755. Asians was in 1870. It's almost 100 motherfucking years. When enumerators classified 63,000 people of Asia as Asian, the category was simply called Chinese. Now, 20 years later, in 1890, the Census Bureau added Japanese, then other in 1910, and Filipino, Korean, and Hindu. Thank you for calling 7-Eleven in 1920. Yo, let's go. Y'all say, God damn, some date shit. In 1977, the Federal Office of Management and Budget required government agencies to collect statistics on racial groups, including Asian or Pacific Islander. The 1990 census included API as an explicit category, but respondents had to choose a subcategory of ancestry. In 2000, the census separated API into 2 categories: Asian American and Native Hawaiian, and other Pacific Islander. Boing. So now, if these Asian people wasn't classified, put on the goddamn census until 1870, y'all. Now let's go with, look, shit hit different. Shit hit different. We way up in 1870. There was niggas on the House and the Senate in the South. Y'all know. All them colors in 1890. No Asians. Yo, now, y'all got y'all pen. 1870, 1890. Yo, they start popping up on the census. All right? 63,000 is a very small number. Very small number. You put all these Asian people in the West, in California, yo, that's a small ass number of people. I'm telling you, because California is huge. So the hell is Texas. So let's go. We got 1870. Now let's get to the real shit. Let's get it. Look at dates, y'all. In early 19th century, while the rapidly growing United States expanded into, oh, I got to take this damn thing down. God damn. Oh, fiddle diddles. Fiddle diddle whittle. Where are you? I can't read this document until I take this down. Fair use. I got it going at the bottom. In 19th century, this is the 1800s, while the rapidly growing United States expanded into the lower South, white settlers faced what they considered an obstacle. This area was home to the Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole nations. These Indian nations, in the view of the settlers and many white Americans, were standing in the way of progress. Eager for land to raise cotton, the settlers pressured the federal government to acquire Indian territory. Okay? Look at these dates, y'all. No Asians mentioned nowhere in these documents. All they talk about was white people and Indians. Okay? Now, you know, in the 1700s, it was black folks. I'm telling you, it was mayors, governors. Let's go. Andrew Jackson from Tennessee was a forceful proponent of Indian removal. In 1814, he commanded the U.S. military forces that defeated a faction of the Creek Nation. In their defeat, the Creeks lost 22 million acres of land in southern Georgia and central Alabama. The United States acquired more land in 1818 when spurred in part by the motivation to punish the Seminoles for their practice of harboring fugitive slaves. Jackson's troops invaded Spanish Florida. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Let's go, y'all. From 1814 to 1824, Jackson was instrumental in negotiating 9 out of 11 treaties, which divested the southern tribes of their eastern lands in exchange for lands in the west. The tribes agreed to the treaties for strategic reasons. They wanted to appease the government in the hopes of retaining some of their land, and they wanted to protect themselves from white harassment. Okay? Now we know when no Asians over here, and so they popped up on the goddamn 1870 census. We're in 1814. That goddamn date shit. Because they ain't talking about no Asians. As a result of the treaties, the United States gained control over 3/4 of Alabama and Florida, as well as parts of Georgia, Tennessee, Mississippi, Kentucky, and North Carolina. This is where they put white people, not Asians, none. This was a period of voluntary Indian migration. However, in only a small number of Creeks, Cherokee, and Choctaws actually moved to the new lands. Now we up a little bit. 1823. Listen to this shit, y'all. Listen. Pay attention. War on our people. In 1823, the Supreme Court handed down a decision which stated that Indians could occupy lands within the United States, but could not hold title to those lands. This was because their right of occupancy was subordinate to the United States right of discovery. Yo, shit hit different. This is war on niggas. Listen. In 1823, this that date shit, the Supreme Court handed down a decision which stated that Indians could not occupy lands within the United States, but could not hold. No. In 1823, the Supreme Court handed down a decision which stated that Indians could occupy lands within the United States, but could not hold title to those lands. This was because their right of occupancy was subordinate to the United States right of discovery. In response to the great threat this posed, the Creeks, Cherokee, and Chickasaw instituted policies of restricting land sales to the government. They wanted to protect the remain of their land before it was too late. Yo, shit hit different, y'all. You see what? Yo. Indians could occupy lands within the United States. Okay. There's 50 states now. They could occupy, they could live on the lands, but could not hold title to those lands. This was because their right of occupancy was subordinate to the United States because you're within their 50 states. How about that? Although the 5 Indian nations had made earlier attempts at resistance, many of their strategies were nonviolent. One method was to adopt Anglo-American practices, such as large-scale farming. Ding, 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 ding. Listen, y'all. Listen. Let me read it again. Let's go. Although the 5 Indian nations had made earlier attempts at resistance, many of their strategies were nonviolent. One method was to adopt Anglo-American practices such as large-scale farming, Western education, and slaveholding. Yo, you can't make this shit up. Ah! Yo, Lex, behave yourself. Sometimes Enots can't take it, and you must be saying something to aggravate because they normally don't time people out. But hey, y'all, listen. All through the South, we had our own farms. There were no Asian-looking people, farm owners, large numbers like us. See, this is what you were not supposed to be able to critically, you were not supposed to be able to think critically and use your common sense. These dates are so important. We're in 1823. Our ancestors used a nonviolent strategy. And one of the methods being in this system was that we did adopt Anglo-American practices such as large-scale farming. You go look in South Carolina, there's so many damn farms. Western education and slaveholding. That's what we did. There were none. I showed you the Asian when the Asians came on the goddamn census. We in 1820, y'all. Give me a 1 if you understand this. If y'all can't take Lex in the chat, moderators, that's why you have the wrench. You got a wrench, do your work. If he's aggravating you or distracting you, moderators, that's why you have that's why you have the wrenches. Oh, I'm loving them ones. We in 1823, no Asians on no goddamn census until when? Put the date down, y'all, because we read it. When did the Asians come on the census within the United States, yo? Let's get it. Come on. Give me the date, because I know you wrote it down. Come on. This is y'all test. I'm testing y'all. Boing. That's right, Capacities be paying attention. Look at that, Sharice. Go ahead, girl. Girly. Now, we're reading in 1818. So if ages wasn't even on the census until 1817, and they're talking about white people, who are the Indians? Let's go. All them farmers in the South. Let's go. Who are them damn Indians? Look at Sharice. Lady Moon, that's right. Everybody paying attention. All right, let's go. Here we go. So I'm gonna read it one more time. Although the 5 Indian nations had made earlier attempts at resistance, many of their strategies were nonviolent. One method was to adopt Anglo-American practices, such as large-scale farming, Western education, and slaveholding. This earned the nations a designation of the 5 civilized tribes. They adopted this policy of assimilation in an attempt to coexist with settlers and ward off hostility, but it only made whites jealous and resentful. Now, when no Asians here, who are these whites jealous and resentful of? Always a nigga, we know. So why they hate us now, man? Other attempts involve ceding portions of their land to the United States with a view to retaining control over at least part of their territory or of the territory they received in exchange. Some Indian nations simply refused to leave their land. Y'all know we did. We refused. We said, no, we ain't going to. Oh, hell no. The Creeks and the Seminoles even waged war to protect their territory. Niggas wasn't playing in Florida, yo. The first Seminole War lasted from 1870 to 1818. The Seminoles were aided by fugitive slaves who fought protecting among them and had been living with them for years. The presence of the fugitives enraged white planters and fueled their desire to defeat the Seminoles. Yo. Whites was angry. So, if there was whites, what color was those folks that they was enraged with? What was their color? I know you got your pen. White, who was white folks enraged with? Who were these white planters enraged with? The presidents of fugitives enraged white planters to this day. Niggas coming out of jail. Oh, man. What this nigga want in our neighborhood? They do that shit today. That's right. Copper, D. Allen Warren, you got it, baby. Ho, ho, ho. They want to keep the niggas in jail, in prison, so that they could live on the land freely and peacefully. That's always been the game. These niggas put these niggas up, man. These damn Indians, so we can live peacefully. If they're in jail and hold them in jail and prison, they can't bother us. It's still the same. The Cherokee use legal means in their attempt to safeguard their rights. They sought protection from land-hungry white settlers who continually harassed them by stealing their livestock, burning their towns, and squatting on their land. So if white people, land-hungry white settlers, were continually harassing the Indians by stealing their livestock, burning their towns, and squatting on their land. All right. Ain't no Asians on nowhere mentioned. No Asians. Whose towns are they burning? Whose land are they squatting on? Who's burning their towns down and stealing their livestock? Who is this happening to? If it ain't happening to Asians, because they ain't even on the goddamn census in the United States at this point in 1817. They ain't on the census. Who are land hungry, enraged white planters enraged white, who are they? Whose towns are they burning? Who are they continually harassing by stealing their livestock, burning down their towns? Who are these white people doing this to? There you go. That's right, girlie. That's right, Kahi. That's right, Frida. That's right, Sharice. Damn right. The Cherokee went to the Supreme Court again in 1831. Hold up. We in 1830s now, y'all. Still no Asians on the census. The time they based their appeal on an 1830 Georgia law, which prohibited whites from living on Indian territory after March 31st, 1831, without a license from the state. Yeah. So, listen, y'all. Pay the white guy no mind. That's telling you, you're not interpreting that right. You're not reading that right. I know fucking well I can read. The Cherokee went to the Supreme Court again in 1831. Write it down, y'all. This time, they based their appeal on an 1830 Georgia law, which prohibited whites from living on Indian territory after March 31st, 1831, without a license. So now, you in Georgia in 1830, you in the Georgia court. Who are the people that took these whites to court because they appealed it based on Georgia law. Georgia said white folks can't live on Indian territory after March 31st without a license from the state. So is this Asian people going to Georgia court in 1830 to stand on and appeal that white people can't live on Indian territory without a license from the state? Is this nigga saying this, or is this Asian people taking them to the court based on that goddamn Georgia law? Dog. I know damn well that no Asian people go and appeal in the Georgia court, Georgia, in 1831 to stand on white people can't live on Indian land without a license from the state. This is in Georgia court, damn it. Don't play with me, because it was my niggas going to court saying, nope, no white people can't live over here in Georgia. Let me get the girly comment. Wait, so Indians was harassing the settlers, wanting them to leave for various reasons. So the settlers got mad, made up some rules, got the niggas put in jail, and then got mad when they got out. Yes, honey. Yes. And them niggas went to court in Georgia and said, nope, these white people can't live. Because, see, Georgia was in their land. Georgia. When they fucking with them damn creeks in Georgia. Cherokees in Georgia, they went to court and said, white people, nope, y'all can't live over here unless you got a license from the state. Nope, you ain't coming over around here to live. That's in 1830. That wasn't no, I guarantee you, Asian people did not go to court to appeal in Georgia in 1830 in Georgia court. I'm not playing. Georgia court. Oh! So now, here's how it went down. The Cherokee, them was niggas, went to the Supreme Court again in 1831. This time they based their appeal on 1830 Georgia law, which prohibited whites from living on Indian territory after March 31st, 1831, without a license from the state. The state legislature had written this law to justify removing white missionaries who were helping the Indians resist removal. The court this time decided in favor of the Cherokee. It stated that the Cherokee had the right to self-govern and declares Georgia's extension of the law over them to be unconstitutional. The state of Georgia refused to abide by the court decision. However, President Jackson refused to enforce the law. Yo. Basically, leave them damn niggas alone. They got a right to self-govern. Y'all got that right? Now, We in 1831. Yo, that date shit. Ain't no Asians took no white people to court. That was niggas in Georgia. Now let's get it. We still in 1830, y'all. Now let's get it. In 1830, just a year after taking office, Jackson pushed a new piece of legislation called the Indian Removal Act. Through both houses of Congress, it gave the president power to negotiate removal treaties with Indian tribes living east of the Mississippi River. Under these treaties, the Indians were to give up their lands east of the Mississippi in exchange for lands to the west. Those wishing to remain in the East would become citizens of their home state. Ah! And this explains clearly why them Negro Cherokees went to court in Georgia in 1831 regarding that 1830 Georgia law, the time they used their appeal on 1830 Georgia law, which prohibited whites from living on Indian land. That's why, because these niggas that remained, okay, in the East would become citizens of their home state. So now you got to go through your home state's law. And they went on appeal in Georgia law to say, stop these whiteys from squatting on our land. And it was upheld. And hello, the Indians that remain, that became citizens. So they took them to court. Is that clearly understood? Throw up some goddamn fire, because now you know who them damn Georgia Indians was. So now you see, I don't make this up. These are not my documents. These are legal documents. These ain't my documents. And see, oh, white boy, he's still probably woke too. Listen to me, y'all. I just clearly showed you when Asians was put on the census. I just clearly showed you in 1830 where they told you if you don't want to take your ass to Oklahoma, you become citizens in the state in which you remain. So on that note, the Cherokee Indians that remained went to court in Georgia to say, yo, white people can't live here unless they got a license to live there from the state. They was going by the law in the state that they remained in, where they became citizens. And the law also said the Cherokee got a right to self-govern. But the Cherokee was being civil. So it's like, yo, white people can't come squatting up on Indian land unless they got a license. Today that's called a title to live in a particular area where you properly went and bought a home. You can't squat your ass here on Indian land. You got to buy it. You got to get the title to live on this land. You just get to run up here and squat. Yo, shit hit different when it's the little things. This is not huge. But see, you're not supposed to think critically and figure this out. Yo, I'm not doing no hocus pocus. No hocus pocus here. I'm reading their documents. I'm not twisting shit up. It says what it said. Look, go look up the damn case. All I did was show you when all types of Asians got on the census. That's all I did. There wasn't no Asians running no large ass farmlands, not no Georgia and South Kakalaki and Florida and Alabama and Mississippi. No, hell no, they wasn't. They asked they come on the census until 1870. Where the hell was they at? Until 1870. I pulled that up. And yo, y'all, I'm not making this shit up. I just go get their paperwork. You can Google this shit. It's telling you when Asian descent was put on the census in 1870. I didn't do this. This is their records. Smash that like button, y'all. This is some real shit. It's that date shit, common sense. And see, the white guy that was on Smoke Channel, he was really mad. He was mad. Because you're not supposed to know that. You're not supposed to have common sense. It doesn't really say that. What do you mean it doesn't really say that? Boy, don't play with me. Don't use your little games you learned from your little last refresher course. Get your ass out of here. Not today, boo-boo. Yo. Ooh. Hey, girlie. Y'all, I'm done, y'all. I'm done for today. I did 2 hours. I'm gonna open the link up, and I mean, I'll leave y'all in here to chat, but I'll open up the link because I would like to hear you. Come on, y'all be jumping on other people panels. I would like to hear your thoughts on today's segment. I don't bite. Lex, do not come up here. I'm not playing with you. I'm just gonna put you in the back. But there's the link, y'all. I'll wait for y'all to come up. I will. I'll wait. The link is in the chat. The chat. I'll wait.
ISO. Dama. Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Yo, it's too many. Hey, it's too many. Yo, it's too many. Yo, it's too many lies. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't got a lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm checking the dudes. Yeah, it's only us two, so you know we copping that coupe. We on the roof, smoking dope, look at the view. Yeah, we used to chill on the stoop, now we out here breaking the news. It ain't what you really could do, cause we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't switch side with no cruise, we just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose, every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse, ain't left to prove. Hey, yeah, hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Yo, it's too many, hey, it's too many. Yo, it's too many.
Yeah, ask them a real question, yeah, I bet it's all lies. Hey, they won't cross that line for a fact, that's offsides. Hey, too much penalties when they run this back, yeah, it's fines. Hey, could have been here with us, but we do not force no vibes.
Hey, Cherise.
Hey, Sister Bethy.
What's up, girl?
Shoot, I'm cooling. I really enjoyed your build. I'm just cooling. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I've been seeing you over there on Smoke. Sometimes I just listen in the chat, and I don't even be in the chat, but I be watching it. I saw every time he go live. I really love Smoke's channel. I do. It's fun, and I be watching back too. I just don't be in the chat.
Everybody doing their thing. I'm really proud of everybody. And that's what it's all
Yes.
about.
Yes.
That's what it's all about.
That's what it's about.
And I enjoy it. Like I said, like what you said about being the Indians remaining, honey, it's nothing but the truth. It's nothing but the truth. It was only black people here Any white people here are so-called black people. That's it. That's what the census records. They don't record
Yeah.
any other group. Because I know when I read that Washington Post article on my channel, I was like, bruh, 9 times? Identity
Yo,
changed 9 times?
put your
Yeah.
link in the chat to your channel, Cherie, so that people could subscribe to it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
I never
when
come
you're
to
in the
bed with my
chat,
damn link ready.
yeah, when you be in the chat, put your link in there so you could tell people to subscribe to it. But
Yes.
yes, that's why I put that whole thing out, Sharice.
The interview when we were smacking on that white boy.
Oh my goodness. That was a hot mess. You see how he was acting? He was angry. He was trying to hold his composure.
He had been outed. That's the thing about white men. They don't like to be outed.
Girly girl.
Yeah. Hey, girly.
Yes.
Hey, pretty.
Hey,
Pretty
Cherie.
girl.
Hey, baby.
Hey. Now you looking good too, Sister Bethany. Hey, Cherie.
Okay, nice and young. Don't play with him.
Oh my goodness,
Looking
girl.
like a teenager.
Yes,
Man,
that's
shoot.
why they mad. Because they out here
Exactly.
turning up like prunes.
Man, y'all don't know about these bones though, boy. I be ready to go to CVS and get some of that. What is it? Ben Gay. What is it?
Exactly.
Girl, these bones say hit different. I'm in here trying to crip and crap dancing and lose weight. You should see me up in here doing the crip like I did back when I was younger. Oh, it just look a mess in the mirror, girl.
It's like, that's all right. You gonna get it. You gonna get back into it.
Okay.
Stuff shaking I ain't never seen.
I know.
I'm like, oh hell no.
What's that? That dude the other day, you were like, okay, I'm gonna go finish up my work and then I'm gonna come back and just and politely put him in his place. And when you got back and you were talking to him, I mean, just very calmly, you were like, but I'm getting ready to whip you and tell you what you know, that every single thing that you're saying is wrong. But if you're saying you're here to learn, I'm going to teach you. And as soon as you came out with everything that was factual, and the 3 sentences that you read basically pointed everything towards us being the Indians and them being the envious, little sniveling white boys they always are. And that's when he lost it, because he had been outed and there was no way around it. He couldn't talk his way around it. So the only thing he could do was say, oh, well, you've just misinterpreted this. This is just you. And that's why you were talking about they have to try to discredit you. That's the only thing that they can do.
Yep.
And that's exactly what, and I knew that was something that Jabari was going to resort to as soon as you said, I have a master's degree. I said, I bet you anything that Jabari is going to come after her, because that's the one thing you're not supposed to be, is educated, because once you're educated, that means you've been exposed to everything. We were taught about, just about us being from Africa, and about, if you stay here long enough and you graduate, that means you bought into this. So how dare you go into the real world and expose something different and tell people that this is what we're teaching people, that we're teaching them this and this is a lie. How dare you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, girl.
That's all Boule. You already know.
Boule. So yeah, like you said, that whole university is as opposed to college, it is a different environment. Even if it's us, even if it's the HBCU, it's still a different environment than a junior college or like a 2-year school. It's just different. But they do, and I knew that. I said, as soon as you said it, I said, I bet you that's something that they're gonna do, because you can't challenge it, and you can't out them. And that's what the one thing you can't do. And that's what you did. You outed the whole thing. And you've been exposed to it. Not only do you have a bachelor's degree, you got a master's.
You have a master's degree. Period.
Yeah.
That means you bought into it longer.
Yeah.
But it don't even mean, I wouldn't say that it mean that you bought into it. I would say,
you know what I'm saying? Like she invested in whatever they were offering.
Got it. Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's nothing. I mean, of course, we know there's not anything wrong with it. That, we can even point back to there being some films on, us going to school and us becoming doctors and lawyers. We do need those people in our community. So it's not anything wrong with going to school. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I knew that they were going to try to use that against you, because you're not supposed to, he knows that you were not taught at an Indian school. He knows that. So he knows wherever, because I mean, you told us where you went to school, and that is that's a place that they definitely are going to sort of set in the minds of their students that, hey, this is the way things are. And when you see Black people, when you see brown people, they're not from here. This is your land. This is not their land. This is your land.
Yep.
And everybody else was brought here by us. So they need to be subservient to us. And when you outed him and when you said, this is what it is, and these are not my records, this is the government's records, he lost it because he couldn't talk his way around it.
Yeah, he was pissed. You saw his whole attitude change. I thought he was a nice little humble guy.
Hell nah.
Angry.
Wasn't nothing humble about him.
Yep, he can't pull up Asian documents. That's why I went the route I went today. I'm like, all right, when did these damn people get on the census in the United States? And I wanted to make sure that I pull articles where United States was in existence. So by 1831, there was all 50 states, basically. So I said, okay, when the Asians coming on the census? Not till 50 or 60 years later, 1870, y'all. All the different types of Asians. So I was like, okay, so they're listing all these people in 1870. Back in 1820 and 30, when our families were on farms living in our homes, who else was it besides the white settlers that was coming encroaching on our lands? It was us. That's why I went for that one, and they went to the Georgia court. So I'm like, all right, they're saying white people, the Indians took the white people to court, and I'm like, okay, so these are not Asians. So who the Indians? They'll wait. There wasn't no Asians. So here's these are niggas, and that's still to this day in Georgia. Same people. Exactly. Look at Big Dog, Philly Dogs from the same place, Georgia. I'm like, wow. We're not supposed to be able to figure this out and use simple little documents like the census sheet. We ain't reading nobody's articles. We pulled state census sheet. Simple document.
Because really, that's all you need to prove because it's historical record. And you can't debunk historical records. That's why I was telling someone, I was like, well, if they're using demographics from the census to give us numbers from the slave trade, that's a fallacy.
Facts.
Right.
So, it's just crazy to me. Like you're using the numbers on the census to justify a slave trade. Like, and you know what's crazy is that I've seen other documents where it say, import persons from Africa, but then it'll have a comma, Negroes, and and Indians, like things like that. I felt like they've been they've always separated us from Africans.
Not a coincidence. These are people. Yeah, we got not in the audience. Not a coincidence. Boo boo. Asians are not the Indian. The Native Americans are. Okay, well, these are what the Native Americans look like. These are not the people that went to court in Georgia to stop white people from living on their land. Boy, do not play with me. In 1830. These are not the Native Americans. These are Native Americans. They're claiming to be Native Americans. This is how they look. These are not what the people look like that went to court in Georgia to stop white people from squatting and living on Indian territory. Stop your madness. They were not in the Georgia court. Cut it out, not a coincidence. I'm done.
And then when we say we're not trying to be Native Americans, like I think it's so deeply ingrained and embedded in people's muscle memory that this is what these folks look like.
Yep.
That they can't even see it as a possibility because of what has been done.
Correct.
And it's sick. It's sick.
I mean,
and this the work that got to be undone every day. I'm sorry. Go ahead, girly girl.
Well, no, I'm sorry. I didn't.
No, go ahead, boo.
I was thinking that, like I'm, sometimes it's even hard, I guess, to think in your mind that you are in fact indoctrinated, but like it's still hard for me to picture a place where there's not everybody. Like, we don't, and I guess because I'm here in Houston and it's really racially mixed. And so like if you go to the grocery store, you're gonna see some of everybody. And So it's hard for me to like even imagine a place where there's not some of everybody. So like when you guys read documents about that it was only black and white, it's hard for me to imagine that. And it comes from learning in school that, like songs like, this land is your land, this land is my land. It was made for everybody. This is a melting pot. We're all, it's all these different types of people. So in my mind, it's still very hard for me to imagine that it was just black and white, even though I know it to be true, because like you said, we have documentation that Indians remained. So that meant that if they weren't Negroes, what did they look like? If they weren't us, what did they look like? So by you saying, okay, hey, well, they're not saying they have anybody Asian or on the census, that meant who remained? Us.
Facts.
So
Yeah.
it's even harder, and I think that that's part of what it is. I want to think that that's because that's the only thing that makes sense. Because other than that, why are you here to defend a group of people that don't even want to be called Indians?
Facts. Facts.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. And I'm not saying this to be mean towards Asians. I'm not. I'm probably relieving a lot of them, if anything.
Mm-hmm.
But the word Native American was not even used in 1870, 1890, 1910, 1920. I mean, come on. And they were not on our censuses until 1870. This is what their reports are saying.
Exactly.
The census report, period. They didn't even talk about Asians in 1830 when all this shit was going on. The only people that was in a big huff was black people. I'm going to use modern day language. Black people and white people. But back then, they didn't call us black people. They called us Indians.
Indians, exactly.
We was the Indians. So now, today, you have people here and you have census sheets that says, okay, Native Americans. Well, okay, there you go. They're right there. But it wasn't no Native Americans down in 1830 going to no damn Georgia court. Don't play with me. I'm like, do not play with me. I'm not denying Native Americans. All I'm saying is that these are not the Indians that went to court in Georgia in 1830. It was niggas.
That's it.
So I mean, I'm not being mean.
Mm-mm.
No Asian hate here at all. And they wasn't living in Alabama on no farms. In Mississippi. None of them were.
There.
No, they weren't. Their plight is totally different.
Or in Tennessee. Or Texas.
Yeah.
Not no 1830. I got the whole thing. It's showing you land owned by the Indians is orange. This is Tennessee in 1770. And land ceded in this treaty by the Indians to the settlers is in the green. So where you see the green at, that's where white people began living in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
No Asians mentioned. Indians. It was Negroes. I'm just not going. I'm not here to prove that. I'm not going to stop teaching about our history. I'm not. I'm going to keep teaching it, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's what really burns me up, sisters, is when they talk about when we talk about our history, we're being racist only because we're talking about our history. So we're racist. So it's okay to hear about European history in our school books, but when it comes to us, oh, you're being racist. We should be able to freely and openly talk in the public about our history.
I think sometimes maybe because the whole and not necessarily to Caucasians, but I think to everybody else that they're taught that we're very humble people and that we're subservient to other people, so that we won't we have accomplishments, but we're never going. They don't get the impression that we're ever going to brag on them. So when we do, we brag on ourselves. And they sort of it's almost like you're diminishing what I've done, and it's like, well, hold on, wait a minute. Nobody is trying to diminish anything, but you had your time to shine, and we're going to have our time to shine. I guess you don't realize that a lot of what we've done and our accomplishments that we've done have been covered up. So we're doing the same thing that you're doing. And I think that once you open that door to do one person, I think then at that point they start to realize, oh, it's way more of them. They have done way more things than what we thought. So we're going to put the kibosh on it. And the only way to really get them to stop talking about this is to make them feel bad for talking about it. So they try to make us feel bad for it.
Aha. Okay, I get it. I get it. That makes sense, girly sis.
Yeah.
That's a fact. I try to look at things. I gotta put the picture in my head. And when you look at stuff like this, I'm like, all right, we're in Georgia back in the 1830s. Who went to court to stop white people from encroaching on their lands? The ones on the bottom or the ones on the top?
Exactly. The ones on the top.
Who had the farms? And this is Georgia militia districts in the 17
a
to
bunch of people
1800s.
playing dress up.
Yeah, and I'm like,
down on the bottom. Sorry.
Who had the farms in Georgia? Who had the farms in Georgia in 1830? Okay, and stay. Who were the Indians that stayed in their lands in Georgia? The ones on the bottom that look like they have like Asian features that they call Native Americans, or the one on the top? Which one makes more sense? I on the top, I see Big Dog Philly OG in Georgia. Come on. They never liked us. And then I ask myself simple questions. I understand this is an act and they're going to go and dance with Elvis Presley, but why didn't he choose to put people with Asian features in his play with feathers on their head like Indians?
Exactly.
Oh, that's a bomb one right there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a dagger.
Yeah, and it says profanity or obscene language will not be tolerated at this on the stage. And I have to ask myself, why didn't Elvis Presley pick the people with the features like the Asians that they call Native Americans to be in his little dance and his little show that he's giving on stage? Why is it a bunch of brown people with feathers on? Why wasn't his choice with people with the Asian features? Because Native American and Indian is two different people.
The thing is it. And he there smiling.
Yeah.
Yep. Happy.
And they are too.
With us and our company.
With us.
So I'm like,
teach him how to dance. The hell.
Oh yeah.
So I just look at the simple things. I'm like, his choice, if indeed those Native Americans were Indians, or what Elvis Presley understood what Indians were, they would be in here with him. But that's not the case. Huh?
Can I take it a step further?
You take it the whole stage, baby. Go ahead.
So I know in one of the articles that I presented, and I kept reading it over and over again because I wanted people to understand that our people always knew about their Indian origins. We always knew about it. And when we were trying to tell people about our Indian origins, guess what they were doing? They were not recording it. They were ignoring it. And I feel like they weren't telling them, but they were. And they were, inadvertently erasing our history. But our people knew who they were even in the 1930s, all of that shit. Yes.
But did you think in your mind that like everywhere that like, literally all our grandmothers told us the same way. It's amazing to me.
All they gotta do is put a couple images out there and all of a sudden we on a new wave. And they did it through a lot of acts, movements, everything. When we think about Black Panther, the Black Power movement, all of that stuff. All of that shit plays a role. So, and here we are, and we got to fight for who we are, just like they was then. It ain't going to change.
That's true.
So,
hey, girly, because Sharice is much more younger. And I don't know, but I could just be assuming this, that she experienced this. But I know everybody that was in the X generation as elementary children. Okay. And I know you're one of them.
Yep.
Did you experience this in school? Remember, because we knew how to write and make sentences when we were little kids.
Right. Yes.
And you remember when we used to write sentences and the teacher would come and correct us from the way we was writing it. Remember that as a little girl, and we would cry because we knew that's how you spell it. We were writing in our own way. We were writing in Indian language, and they stopped us. I now remember that, girlie, and I know you remember when
I remember
the teacher bent down to you and said, "No, you don't write that. That's not how you write it. That's not how you write it." We were writing in our own Indian language, and I know every person born in the 70s, in the 60s, in the 50s, and we would get angry. We would cry as little children because we knew we were writing it right, because we understood our language.
I got one better for you. The lady that you see on the screen now, my aunt.
She's so pretty. Yep.
She died when she was, I think, 92. I think 92.
Oh,
anyway,
wow.
Yeah. Now, so she's the one that's got the white parent, but she was raised with us. So I used to write to her. She lived in Chicago. I used to write to her. She would correct my letters and send them back to me. She did it to my mom too. She did it to my mother too. But they would, like how you're gonna write her, like, you're a little girl and you're writing like we all talk to each other, and you're saying it the same. And then she corrected all of them. And my black teachers, the teachers that look like me and you, they would stand in front of the classroom, and then they would tell all of us, because the whole classroom looks like me. They would tell all of us. Now, I know at home this may be the way that you say that, but that's not the way that we're gonna write it. We're gonna write it this way.
Yep. That's exactly what I was trying to say, girlie. We was always, and our parents wrote in our Indian language and understood our writing. I could give it to my friend, the next seat, they read it and understand it clearly. And the teacher stopped us from writing our own. Now, when you think about it, we were writing and speaking our Indian language the whole time. They changed it. They changed it. Girl, and I sit back at night and I think about what was it started back at,
but I know what happened. You even see jokes about people saying that we code switch. We still do that.
Yes, we do.
We talk to each other in our language, and we don't make it. It doesn't matter that you're from Connecticut and I'm from Texas. We're gonna talk to each other, and we're gonna understand each other. Even if you sit with Jamaicans long enough, you start to pull out what they're saying, and eventually you understand them because it's all Indian languages.
Yes.
So we still do that today. We code switch at the house. We speak one way. It don't matter how country top can get. I'm gonna understand them every time.
Everybody in the house understand what you're saying. And the neighborhood too. And I
said to myself, I'm speaking English. Why does this white girl get what I'm saying? Why she don't understand me? Yes. And I realized, you know what? Let me crisp, pronounce all my E's and my R's, and make sure I've, dotted all my I's and crossed all my T's, so that she can understand me, because if not, she will not be able to.
Yes. And I remember, because now sometimes, girlie, when you lay back and you think about it, what was done and how it was done, and we know we writing it right. If I wrote something at home and gave it to my granny to read, she could read it and understand it. But when you go to the school and you're in front of that white teacher, no, that's not right.
Not right.
You're spelling words 10 times each right now. They took it away from us. And that kind of stuff make you cry.
And they made it bad too. It was a bad thing.
Yeah.
like you're dumb, you're stupid, you're never going to be anybody. Why would you want to say it like that? This is the way that you say it. If you were standing in front of blah, 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 you wouldn't say it like that, would you? And then they even want to correct you. Like, I know you wouldn't go out in front of white folks and say it like that, would you? Because you're going to embarrass us.
Right. I remember that teacher that hated me in 4th grade.
Mm-hmm.
And if she
Mine
was
was 3rd grade, Miss
around,
Niles. Mm-hmm.
yeah, if she was around all the white teachers, and if I get out of line, because a child gonna get out of line, and the
Mm-hmm.
black teacher was saying to me, get back in line, get in line,
Mm-hmm.
because she was embarrassed in front of the white people.
Exactly.
Now I'm just a child looking up. And oh my goodness, the way we had to conform to impress white people. And that's still the same way today.
Miss Niles is different. She don't like white folks, but she don't like for you. She still wants you to act a certain way in front of them. So don't try to act like a little monkey. How dare you? Don't do that.
Yes.
And but but she's that Boule. She's she's been to school, and so she's bought into it.
The infuriation started when we were in school. We had to listen to that white teacher and do it the white people's way. And if we, said, I gotta go, like white kids would go, I have to go and BM. I have to go to BM. I have to make a Boule movie. We would say, we gotta go doo-doo.
Hold up.
Oh, it's the worst. Use a better word.
It's the worst use of that word. But yes, I mean, like I did that.
That's an Indian word. That's an Indian word. We going to doo-doo. I gotta go doo-doo. That's Indian.
Was so shamed. She was so embarrassed.
Yeah.
To this day. She talks about it. She talked about it the other day, and I am 52, and she still thinks about that.
Yes. That is a straight up Indian word. I gotta go doo-doo. Yes,
I gotta do this.
White teachers would be like, do not say that. You have to make a Boule.
That is hilarious.
Yes. They say, did I say that word? And they be looking at you like so stern, like don't you dare.
And then when you hear a white person say it, it's more hilarious.
Exactly.
Because we had white teachers who word say, okay, that's in the 80s, the late 80s, they began focusing more on being more cultural aware.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they're promoting it, and they do that today, cultural awareness. Mm-hmm. So now white people say it, and it's just funny as fuck. She'd be like, girl, I gotta doo-doo. I have to doo-doo. I'll be back. I gotta doo-doo. And when white people say it, it's just even 10 times funnier than when we say it, because we know they're not accustomed to saying that. So that's cultural awareness. So I get it, and it's funny.
It is funny.
It is funny. So, and even
oh my goodness. Yeah.
When we was little, we didn't say oh, I gotta pass gas. We said, you farted. The teacher said, do not use that word.
They would be so mad at the whole thing. I remember that like it was yesterday. But we still say fart.
Don't say that word.
But now
white people use it more frequently. They use it more frequently. Oh, I got a fart. They'll call you a fart head. A fart head.
Yes.
So,
and to hear them say any of this is just crazy. But you're right. I'm always looking at them like, where's she from? But we'll say that. It's like, where'd she come from? Because that ain't normal for white folks to say that. Okay.
Yeah, but up here in the north, honey, because up here in the north, we are very accustomed to a diverse population. I grew up in the diverse population, but as you move south
in the neighborhoods, I think y'all are more
yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull that up. But oh yeah, we were very cultural, diverse here in the north. So I'm very accustomed with growing up and engaging and being with white people because we grew up together in the hood.
Okay, all right.
We did. It's very different as we go further north. So what I'm accustomed to, it's not, I mean, you have it in the South, but not as heavy as in the North.
Oh, no, we live together, and then we may mix in areas like you school you may mix and you may mix at work, but in your where you live, you live with people who look like you.
Facts.
Yeah.
So it's we've always been together and we knew how to live together and be together here in the north.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's the south where it gets tough
Yeah.
because
Because I
the
was
south.
thinking to my mother, I was telling my mother the other day, I said, I wonder if my aunt wanted to move to Chicago because she found more people who were like her. Because even though here in Texas, she gonna find light skinned folks, but it's different when you have a parent that's white. We don't know what that's like. And I wondered did she, because I was thinking about what you said about, we're accustomed to mulattoes, we're accustomed to racially mixed folks in the North. I said, I wonder did she find that? And then my mother was telling me about like all of her friends were light skinned, everybody looked like her, but she had a couple of them that were biracial like her. Everybody else was just, call them high yellow and all of that. But I was wondering if she, because she loved it. And I mean, it's not, I mean, people who love Chicago love it. I mean, I love it too, but Houston is still home to me. Like for her, she went there and never wanted to come back here. She didn't even want to be buried here. She wanted to be buried in Chicago.
Oh
So,
wow.
yeah, she loved it. And so I was thinking about what you said about you guys have a lot of racially mixed people there. And I wonder, did she find more camaraderie there? And maybe that's part of what the love was.
Where?
I don't know. Because she lived in Chicago. I mean, that's where she moved from Houston to Chicago. Even though we consider that Midwest, she still was up. She still was up north. And I do find that I find more, I mean, especially in New York, but I've never been to Connecticut, but definitely find more racially mixed people up north than you do in the South.
Oh,
So I wonder for her,
absolutely.
I wonder did she find that camaraderie there, and that's why she loved it so much.
Oh yeah, I'm about to show you right now. Hold up. I think this is really a depiction. This is why it was so easy for Andrew Jackson to get a lot of the uh uh Indians to march with him in the South. Why is this not coming
Yeah,
up?
because he was mulatto. He was half Indian.
Right. And here we're mixed and we're very it's very different in Connecticut. I mean, I love my state, but a lot of racist people did come from the South.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
White racists and change put a bad taste in the northern whites. They turned off a lot of northern whites because the northern whites did not really think like they did.
Yeah. And if you're thinking in your mind like maybe your great grandmother looked like that, you know what I'm saying? If you got some down the line, you got somebody in your family or your neighbor or somebody, you know what I'm saying? Somebody who's close to you, maybe. And for you, it's just not, the joke don't sit the same. It's not a joke to you because you know what I'm saying? This is a reality for you about where you live and who you are and the people that you maybe desire to be friends with or whatever. And for coming from the South, they feel totally different. They segregated. They don't care anything about us and we don't care about them. So it's like, yeah, I could definitely see, because even today at work they will say some off color stuff and you looking at them like, did they know where they at? You ain't at your house with your people who look like you. They will say some things that just don't make sense. And I'm like, do they realize who they talking to? So even today, they, like you said, back then they did it, they still do it now.
Correct. I want to show you. This is 1966. I wasn't even born yet. Of my mother in high school. This is what school always looked like for me. It was always
Oh,
half and half.
really?
Yeah, there go my mother in the red right there. A lot of my aunts
Look
look
at
like
her.
your picture of your family. This is Bassick High School
Mm-hmm.
in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and that school still exists. There was nothing but whites and Negroes here. No
Look at your mama. She
Africans,
almost
not one
got her
African.
own hair.
She got my mother had long,
Look at
beautiful
that.
hair, man. Yeah, 66. This is what I'm accustomed to. I'm accustomed to being surrounded with white settlers, white people, period, point blank.
Well, Sister Ruthie, you know that this isn't like, I mean, they don't show this pictures like this commonly. Like you see ones where everybody's the same color.
Yep. Yep.
People don't know this. I wouldn't have ever known this unless you had shown this to me.
Oh yeah, this is 1940. My mother was born in 1948. This picture is in 1966. I wasn't even born yet. I think my mother had me a few months after this school picture, class picture. And all
Yeah, she
is
look
in
like she
here is
tucking that little
black,
tummy a little bit. Look like she
black,
turned it to the
black.
side.
Yep. Yep.
She probably so little she can still hide it. You
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't know. Mm-hmm.
She
Look
had
how close she
long
is to the
hair.
white girl.
Yeah.
And she
They were
did
cool
look here.
because we didn't act like that. Blacks
Yeah.
towards whites. This is how my high school picture looked too. But in this picture, all that's in here is blacks, whites, and Puerto Ricans. That's it. Because my mother's first baby was by a Puerto Rican dude, and we
Oh, I
didn't
see
look
now
at
why
each
you
other
more.
different.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
more because we don't. Ours do not look like no. Everybody gonna be the same color. You gonna have one little chocolate drop, maybe two, and a sea of whites, or the reverse. You'll have the reverse. But in my
Public
school,
high
it was
school.
public high school. We had a couple of whites. Like I mean, I can. They followed me. Like we all went to school together for years and years and years. And then when they graduated, it was them same little 6 or 7. And I'd know them anywhere because we went to school together for so long. But I mean, like you said, it's gonna be, but nothing like what you just showed me. Nothing like
Right.
that.
What part of South you in, girly?
I'm in Texas. I'm in
Oh,
Houston,
okay,
Texas.
yeah, Houston,
Yeah,
Texas. Okay,
yeah. Like
yeah,
we're racially mixed and we can mix together in public. But I
right.
mean, like like public spaces. But at home, everybody looks the same in your neighborhood. You're not gonna, unless, like you said, you're gonna have even the Indians all live together. Yeah, like everybody's together in their own personal space. But I may go to a store, and it would be racially mixed. But at home, so at that point, your school, because all y'all gonna go live in the same neighborhood in the same area, is everybody gonna look the same on that picture. I have never seen a picture, and definitely
I
without
have
the
mulatto all through my family. Mulattoes, we black and white. They call us the zebra family because we're all mixed. Even when I
see it
go
now, though.
to get my hair done, Africans be like, "You mix, you mix." I'm like, "No, I'm not. My father looked just like me, and my mother do."
Yep, that's what
But
they be
that's
Yeah,
thinking.
just it.
but that
Yep.
picture explains a lot.
Yeah.
Now a lot of things that y'all say, I'm gonna have to think differently about it because I'm like, why would they say that? But now I know.
Yeah. Even where I live currently, I live in what you call the white hood. It's predominantly it's half and half here, and we all get along fine here. It's just been my life, but I'm still a hood. I'm still a hood chick. Yes, I'm what you call living. It's nice where I live, but we call it the white hood. It is the white hood because it's white people down here. Our kids go to school together, and our people. It's
No,
more white. It's actually more white people in this complex that I live in. Yeah, and my neighbors, we all cool as hell. It's one big
wow.
circle.
No, I
Yeah,
see it now, especially with that picture. Yeah,
I absolutely love it because I like peace and quiet. The older I get, I
yeah.
like peace and quiet, and I like to hear the birds. I love. I have a lot of
You like, I don't
trees in
want
the
all that noise.
back of my unit. Yeah, and in the morning, every morning at 4:20, the birds chirp, and that's when I get up. They say the birds is the first ones to send up praises to the Creator, so I do it the same time they do. 4:20 in
Yeah,
the morning. It's
one of
peace.
my neighbors has a rooster, and I don't know
A
where when it.
rooster.
I have no idea how or when it showed up because everybody in this community, this is my parents' community. Like they've all been here. Their homes are all paid for. They're either their kids have moved back or they're like these old retired professionals. And you see them and they whatever driving down the street. I'm like, who has a rooster? Why do you have a rooster? You 80 years old. You 70 years old.
Oh,
I'm
I love
serious.
roosters. We used to hear them when we was little on this in the hood that I grew up in. We would hear it because we had when I was little, I grew up with Latinos, white. It was very diverse. And the Latinos would have the roosters. They would have the roosters. And we would hear it. Oh, I
Yes,
love hearing
yeah,
roosters.
Mexicans have roosters. In Texas, Mexicans have roosters. You already know. You may have some Jamaicans that have a rooster too. But
Yeah, they had
I'm just like
fucking
these
and the
people,
chicken
all these
coops
folks from
in their
Texas.
backyard.
How the hell you got a
Yeah.
rooster? Who bought a rooster? So I'm gonna
Yeah.
come home one day and I'm gonna see some chickens in the front yard, and I'm gonna say, okay, we found where the rooster was, mommy, because wherever they chickens are loose.
Yeah, my grandma,
Jesus is
SMA,
funny.
she went to the in the Latino community. That's where we would go and get our chickens. But I didn't like to hear them because they would swing the neck and pop it. I just and then we eating it for dinner. It just I don't like to hear that. And I'm like, oh God. And I have people in the tribe that say that they don't mind doing that. Oh, that just
Yeah, my
is
dad didn't mind
horrible.
doing it. Yeah, he didn't mind doing it. My
And
mom
it's
used to buy whole
the
chickens and
style.
bring it home, and he would cut it up. I was like, this is crazy. Because remember back then we
Yeah.
didn't have chicken pieces. You remember that?
They
You
had
had
a
to
whole
buy a whole
chicken.
chicken.
And they just rank it. I'm like, oh God, I don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Think about it. I mean, just I'm sure Sharice is probably saying herself like she cannot. This is totally out of her element with her. Like
but
just thinking
see in
about the word.
DC, they
Yeah.
have the chicken coops and stuff, right, Sharice?
How rural is it though? It seems like to me it's very urban.
Yeah. Chicken coops.
Like where they go
Yeah.
and they get the chicken and pop his neck and spin it around.
Yeah, I know about it, but I've never seen it. Like,
Oh, you don't want to see it. Oh, it's
no, I definitely don't want to see it.
traumatizing.
It
But
sounds traumatizing. I mean, I wish they
From the
could do it a
South have
better
no
way.
problem. They
Do it
know
a better
our
way. Jesus.
way. I don't
Gotta
know how people
snap the
from the
pull
South do
thing
that.
back. Make you not want to
Yeah,
eat.
but like our grandmothers and stuff, that was nothing to them. Like
No, it wasn't.
like my grandmother talked about it like it was nothing, and I was like, oh my god. But
Oof.
I think about just like they don't a lot of them don't even remember life without the internet. Sharice, do you remember life without the internet?
I do.
You do?
We had, yeah, I was born in 1990, so we didn't really. I
Oh
remember
Jesus.
a small scale of the internet, but it
Okay.
didn't really start booming until I got to high school, probably after high school, really. So we were able to, I feel, be able to grow up in a society where we could understand, like, damn, like we know what it was like to not have the internet, and we know what it's like to have the internet. So I think we were blessed to be millennials anyway. We're kind of
Yeah.
blessed to be on both sides of it.
Yeah,
So I was able to see it
Sharice,
all come about.
Sharice and
Okay.
them in her era, girly, they had MySpace.
Yeah.
Okay,
Shoot.
so wait a minute. What year did you come out?
Black Planet, MySpace.
Because
Yeah.
I think you're my sister's age. Okay, she's a millennial.
I'm 34.
She's
Yeah.
35.
Oh
Okay,
God,
all right.
yeah, they had MySpace.
Okay,
Yes.
okay,
They
okay.
had MySpace. And my niece put me in check. She said, "Well, Auntie, I'm on a cuff because she was born in '84." And
Mm-hmm.
Oh
I'm
Lord.
thinking, I'm like, well, I'm Salt and Pepper, uh, 50 Cent and Biggie Smalls, Run DMC. She said, Auntie, remember, I'm Lil Kim.
We love Little Kim.
She
Us millennials.
said,
Yeah, I do
she
too.
said, I'm Lil
Yeah.
Kim. What's the other pretty girl
That's an
that came?
aboriginal right there, Little Kim, baby.
Yeah, Lil Kim. She said, I'm Lil Kim. And my daughter being born in the 90s, those three different eras. She said, y'all eras cried over men. My era, we, what is it? She said,
Fucked him
you
up in it
you
because
should have put a
like, nah.
ring on it. If you like it, you should put a ring on it. So it is
Right.
different. She said, all I hear
Yeah.
Stephanie Mills do,
It's
Stephanie
the
Mills
independent
song.
woman era.
Crying over men.
Mm-hmm.
That's why y'all walk around in y'all rollers and slippers. She said, nigga put on Tim's, I'm putting them on too, and I'm going out the same time he do. Out the door. He go one way, I'm going the other way. If he like me, he should have put a ring on. I'm like, oh God.
Okay, all
Generations
right.
is different. Real different.
Yep.
And you
But Lil
know,
Kim,
they use that against us though. They tell us like that's probably one of the main problems with our generation is like that need to be independent and that need to do things for yourself and to get it on your own and to be able to show yourself that you can be successful on your own. And I think
right,
that, it's lost, the part where it's like, okay, we don't really need our men as much. Oh, I didn't know Lil Kim was Caribbean. I thought she was I thought she was from New York, Black American. I never heard of her having Caribbean roots. I know Biggie has Caribbean roots.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
I
he
didn't know
does.
Little Kim did.
I
But even
love Biggie.
still,
I love Biggie. But you know what? If you really
but they're
think
on our
about it,
side too, though. So
girly, if you really think about it, our generation did cry over men. Think about it. Who we
Yeah,
had?
we did.
Stephanie Mills
Mm-hmm.
crying. We had Stephanie Mills, and then
Who
um
else did we have like in the
um
80s?
um um
It seemed like we
was
had a
it
lot of
Salt and
groups.
Pepper? We had them to get
Uh-huh.
us started,
To
but
get
by
us
then
started, yeah.
we got pregnant and we was stuck home doing shit that the boomer ladies do. But then Little Kim came out, and that's when my niece, she said, "No, you got me in the wrong place." Yes, I'm a millennial auntie, but I'm on the cuff of Generation X. We had Lil Kim. Mookie had Beyonce. No, not Beyonce. What's that girl's name? You know her. She's like
Uh
ow. She sing like that.
Rihanna.
No, she got
oh,
Rihanna, but
Aaliyah?
no, the other rapper girl, Nicki
Oh,
Minaj.
Nicki.
Okay, Nicki Minaj, okay.
She destroyed shit. Nicki got the 90s babies on lock
Yeah.
because she
Yeah.
started coming out with no clothes on.
Yeah.
No clothes, like the Barbie doll and
Nah, not right
pink and
away. Not
everything.
in her mixtape days. Cause I was in high school. So yeah, when she in
But
'07,
that's
she
y'all's
wasn't always.
era.
Huh?
And Nicki Minaj, she changed
Yeah,
y'all.
she changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Woo.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had a chokehold
I
on our
mean,
generation. I know, and I know
right.
Yeah,
for sure in
y'all
college.
love
Woo.
Nicki.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
they
don't see
love
the
Nicki,
difference,
honey. The New York girls definitely.
right? You don't
But
see the difference. There's
but
a
they love
huge
Little Kim
difference,
though. Back then, they love Little
right?
Kim.
But she's
Yep,
Little Kim is they're two different generations.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree.
My niece Toya was like, "No, auntie, I'm Lil Kim. Clock, 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 clock down, whatever." She said, "Mookie is Nicki Minaj." Lil Kim started wearing the sexy
But we
outfit,
still
but
love
Nicki
Lil
came.
Kim though.
Oh, I love Lil
And
Kim.
we
Yeah,
all know
how
who
could
it
you
all
not?
started with. That's why we were
I
well the
Sister
Oh,
real
Becky,
you
I think
did?
a lot of times, like the people who were making music in the 90s, even though technically it's their music, a lot of them were our age. So I think that we glom onto them and we claim them because, like, I mean, the puppies and they even though they were singing, that music, they were older. They really weren't like, 18.
Right. Lil
I
So
Kim is
that's a
know
lot of,
you're
49.
right.
She's Lil Kim
yeah,
is 49.
yeah,
Boop. That's way older than you. Sharice, you had to be in the high chair watching her eating little donuts.
yeah.
I was
But like, I
Because
mean,
no,
they like,
listen. No,
yeah.
in '97, I ain't gonna lie. We used to be in the living room singing the little Gitchy, the forget your sticky stuff shit that Lil
what
Kim used to sing. We used to sing that
what
shit.
was wait a minute. What
When
year was
Lil Kim used to
what year
sing
what
the
year was
No
you
Time for
born
Fake
in?
Ones, that was our song, okay?
Yeah.
What year
We
was
was
you
young.
born in?
Our aunt caught our ass in that living room singing that shit. Me and
What
all my
year
cousins, because I had older
what
cousins that I lived with, so they listened to Lil Kim, they listened to
Yeah.
all of that. So we were exposed to it. We was exposed to Biggie at a younger age, all of that shit. I was born in 1990, so in 97, I was only 7. But I remember it vividly.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it because we
Yep.
used to sing it, and my aunt came there. She was looking at all of us. She wanted to get her belt on our ass because we was singing that
okay.
shit word for
Yeah,
word.
there's my niece brought that to me. She said, "No,
Y'all were
auntie."
bad.
Yeah.
She was
Oh
like,
yeah. But we had, I'm telling you, we had older cousins. And I'm telling you, that's the
Yeah.
shit they was doing. So we was exposed to it naturally. So I feel like I have a natural kind of older. So I still listen to like a lot of like music from that time period because
Because I
it's
was
so
thinking to
okay.
myself, why do
nostalgic.
I like that music so much? And I was thinking about it. I was like, Puff and Lil Kim. I mean, they was grown. I mean, and I'm
Yeah,
just like, I think that's what we
Yeah.
belong done to them because they really weren't singing to us at that point. I mean, we grown with a job and a mortgage probably. I mean, we was,
Right.
trying to
We
figure
was
out
right.
because
They was just
what time is
teenagers.
party
Foxy
over? You
Brown
know, we
too.
asking them
All of
kind of
them. They was
questions. So
they
yeah,
was
we
babies.
was old.
yeah, those are our hangout club days. It was Little Kim,
Mm-hmm.
Tony Braxton, all of them,
Oh, the
you know.
queen.
Yeah, that
See?
was when we hung out in the club. So my niece is right. She had to check me at the door. She said, no, I'm not with Mookie. I'm 40. So if Lil Kim is 49, I'm like, damn, she's right.
I feel like I'm on the cusp too,
Yeah.
though. But I still feel like I'm
You
more in the
not
Nicki
on no
Minaj
cuff.
area, though.
You
No, you a
not on the
millennial.
cuff. Nope, you a millennial. You with Mookie.
Millennial.
You are definitely Lil Kim. You're not Lil Kim. Nicki
Nicki.
Minaj. You
Yeah.
Nicki.
But we
No,
was listening to it because we didn't. It's crazy because we didn't even have like after Kim went to jail, like that was it. So there was no other
Yeah.
rappers for a while. I know we was listening to Trina in between there because the girls from DC and stuff. You know, we love us some Trina. Okay, I don't know why, but we just listened to her ass. So I know it was a lot of that going on. And then Nicki finally came out in like that '07. And after that, that was like pretty much it. But like I don't know. I've always had respect for the '90s generation. So that's
I'll
just
be
what it
right
is.
back.
Like we
Yeah.
I'll
listen
be
to
right
that
back.
shit. Is what it
Okay.
I'll be
was.
right back.
Okay, Sister
Okay.
Betsy. Yeah,
Even
no,
like
I
even
had to
Diddy
figure
was
you out. I said, she sounds like my sister. I was like, it's something that she's, and I was like, oh, I think Sharice is a millennial. Okay,
mm-hmm.
yeah. Y'all a strange little bunch. Cause yeah, y'all have respect on the one hand, but then y'all get so crunk. And I'm just like, why are they so they will kill? He's like, y'all will just go for the jugular. It's like from 0 to 100. And it's like, where was the in between? Let's talk about this. Let's work it out. And y'all are like, no.
I think the millennials have seen so much happen in such a short period of time.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, when we were younger, we didn't know the world was going to be this way. And I think we're just fucked up by it, to be
Okay.
honest.
All right. That
They
makes
probably a
sense.
little traumatized now that we
Because I
grown.
was like, they so angry. I mean, they be fine and it be hearts and flowers and let's go organic and we're gonna feel the vibration of the earth. And then the next minute, y'all are like dangerously angry. And I'm like, they want to kill people. I'm like, is there no middle ground? Can we work with? I mean, y'all like, no, it's die. They gotta die. And I'm just like, what is wrong with these people?
You know what? I don't know. I think I just be chilling. Like I feel like I've always been different from like people around me. Even like being from DC, I feel like I'm so different from people that's actually from my city. Like I just see the world differently. Even in my
Yeah.
millennial generation, like I still would not go for a lot of bullshit. Like especially when something was wrong. Like that's just
Yeah.
naturally like how I was. Like I didn't just let stuff slide because of who somebody was or whatever. No, like if you wrong, I'm calling you out. That's just how I
Yeah,
was.
y'all are just like, y'all don't care about. I mean, it's like, okay, hey, it's the way we do things. You know, we try to be tactful. And you were like, no. And I mean, my sister just goes for the jugular. She can't just like get somebody told to be done with it. No, she wants to smash them to like dust. She wants them to be gone. I'm just like, you cannot. That's not realistic. I mean, why do you want people to just go away? She was like, they've got to go. They
Nah, we
disrespected
over
me,
it.
and it's
Yeah.
over. Like, what?
Yes.
Telling you that with
Yes.
the millennials, the older people can get it. Whoever.
Yes.
The millennials don't play.
I'm
I've
serious.
seen it.
I
Yeah.
checked my daughter, and a guy called her, and I could hear him, and I felt bad for him. And he was like, "Why you only call me on? Why you only call me on Fridays? When I get paid?" She said, "You keep it up, I won't call you on Fridays at all," and hung the phone up.
Damn.
I'm like, how? She
You
said,
don't
"Look,
play.
Ma, I'm grown now. I gave you what you want, your high school diploma. Just because you sat home crying with rollers, I'm not doing that. I'm not." And I'm like, "Oh my God, how could you talk to him like that? He's being nice to you." He said, "So what? And your point?" I'm like, "That's rude." I said, "If I was a dude, I would not talk to you." She said, "But you're not." and then they walk, and they got that
And
era
then they
about
come
them,
right
like,
back with they
and
silly selves.
they do all this. I'm like, oh my God, I can't even live with her. She don't live with me.
Oh no.
Listen, Betty.
She rude. This is I'm telling you now, I
Yes,
never
they
come
are
like this.
rude.
Love.
Not
Sharice, don't be
coming
rude.
home. They
My
rude.
sister
They
Sheila, stop.
rude. It's
Shoot, and
like
that's
But they
why I be
don't care.
trying to tone it
Anybody
down
can
for
get it.
real.
Old people, 3-month-old babies, puppies.
that's how your
Listen,
sister
Very
talk,
light skin, they don't
girly.
care. Yes.
listen,
Oh
I'm
Yes.
telling
God.
you, hey, millennials
She
don't
don't care.
play, honey.
It's
She don't
like
care.
the girls changed into the dudes. The way the girls act today, the millennial girls, they act like the dudes act in the
Yes.
90s when I was in the club. It's like it was a switch.
My
And I'm
sister's
like,
husband, he buys her the world. She could stay home if she wanted to. He would take care of her. She don't care. She gonna talk to him like he crazy.
and
And they
then
be
to top
loving on
off
him. I'm
my
like, what the heck?
grandson,
But he's
my
just as
twin
angry as she
grandson,
is because he's a millennial too. So they balance each other out. He cuckoo
they
too.
do.
Uh, y'all
But
ain't
see,
gonna
her
sit up here
baby
and do us
daddy,
on this panel.
her baby daddy's not a millennial. He was born, wait a minute, he was born in 85. Does that make him a millennial?
I would say so.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
because
it does.
and Mookie was born in 92. And
Okay.
That's a
she
millennial.
she
Yep.
got the kids. This when she was living with me. She got the kids and they little she's strong as hell too. I don't know how she carried both of them with the car seats. And she said, "Oh, give me a ride to Larry house." And so she knocked on the door. She's like, "Your turn," and then left. I'm like, "You better go get my damn kids." She said, "Mind your business, mom. These my kids. He gotta learn how to watch this." I'm standing out there arguing with her over her kids. And she left him
No.
like, and he was like,
Mookie
Smurf,
don't
Smurf.
play,
You can call me
honey.
Smurf. She said, He said he got to watch them. I'm going to the grocery store. I'm not toddling around them in the grocery. He could get, and I'm just telling you that attitude is the same all the way across. She said, y'all chose not to make y'all men be daddies. I ain't doing that. And she dropped them off. And I was looking at him as I was driving by. It reminded me of the movie. You remember the movie where Denzel Washington, when he locked the hospital down and then they took him to
Yeah.
jail at the end in the car? He was in the car looking at his son because he got him the body part he need.
Shit,
Or,
he do need to take care of him. She right, shit. Fuck all that.
I was in the car looking
I'm with
at
her.
my grandkids.
Yeah,
And I'm like, I want my baby.
adios. Have
I was
fun
like,
with
I
your
want my
destiny.
babies. You better go get my babies.
Oh
She said, no, those. She said, no,
I'm with
correction.
Mookie on that
Those are
one.
my babies. I'm like, and I was just like,
no.
Mookie don't play,
Yes.
baby. You gonna take
Yeah.
care. You're gonna help.
And he ain't say shit to her. He just grabbed the boys and went in.
Go
I
on
was looking
inside.
sad. I was wanting to cry. I said, this is so.
I want to cry right now.
So
I'm like,
Hell
what I
nah.
do? What my dumb ass
Hey, I don't
do?
feel sorry for his ass. Hell
Oh my
no.
God.
Women been
What my
single
dumb ass?
mothering it, doing this stuff for generations. He can do it.
And with my dumb ass, I'm getting on the phone. What I do when I get home, because I'm thinking about him. I'm calling him on the phone. I'm like, Larry, I wasn't the one who decided to bring them over. I said, but if you want me to take the baby, and she grabbed the phone. She said, wait a minute, you my mother. How you gonna call my baby daddy up and talk to him on the phone? And she hung my phone up.
oh my goodness, that is my sister. Lord, y'all
She said,
crazy.
stay out my business. I am grown. Those are my babies, and he's their daddy. What are you gonna do? Call the
Yeah, I ain't
cops?
gonna tell my father stay out my business though. I ain't gonna
Say, what
lie,
are you
he
gonna do?
crazy.
Call DCF on me and tell him I left his kids with him? Sorry, ma, I'm out. And left. I said, but where your clothes at? They don't wear clothes when they go to the club. I'm like, oh my God, it's so different. When we was young, we wore I wore my pink Tims and my mini skirt, okay, because that was cute back then. Then they switched to the thong, showing the butt part out. That's the Lil Kim era. You know, you can see the thong with the girl with the butt.
They definitely show more skin.
And now Nicki
ain't no
Minaj,
big deal.
bye mom. No, I'm not wearing any clothes. I just have on one lace bathing suit with net over it with stiletto heels and no clothes. I'm like, you going to the club like that? Yes. And the time is so different. They don't wear no clothes in the club now.
Mm.
Literally. You go in the
Yeah.
1990s baby house and look in their closet, all you see is stilettos and thongs and see-through shit. I mean, look at how Rihanna walked up on the stage showing her complete ass. It's cool. I'm like,
Yeah, I
They
think
I
she
show more
think,
regrets a
skin,
lot of
yeah.
that now. I would hope with two kids that she regrets a lot of that behavior. You don't realize it until you later on. You be like, "Oh, I should have never been out there wearing that." I know in my 20s, there's some outfits that I would not dare put on now. Hell no,
Yeah.
hell
They
yeah,
no.
definitely like
yeah,
they gonna show as much as they can show and get away with it. That's
Yeah,
just. But
mm-mm.
I
We
think
won't realize. We won't be realizing it though, young,
we
but because
covered
we,
up
we
a
don't have
lot.
to
We
do
covered
that.
up a lot more. But I just think that certain things, like with them, it doesn't bother me at all. They can do whatever they want. Like them wanting to be free and wanting to be free thinkers, that I love. But
yeah,
like some of the other stuff that they do, um, like they don't care who you are, you can get it. If you could be 90, you could be 9 months. It don't matter. I'm like, could you just curb it just a little bit for the old people? They do
yeah. The
deserve a little bit
1990s,
more.
they don't care. They are
Yeah,
ruthless.
like
Like,
you curb it just for the. I mean, you know, you have baby boomer parents. You don't have Gen Xer parents because we're gonna get with you. At that point, we don't care. If you want to, meet you. I'm gonna meet you where you at. If you come at me like that, cool. But I'm just like, could you
yeah,
curb it just a little bit for the old people, please?
yeah.
They're
Well,
sensitive.
that's where she draw the line at because
Yeah.
all that talking that the 90 do, oh, you could get it, you could get it, you could get it. What's up? You know how they do. And
Mm-hmm.
Mookie tried that with me. I said, okay, let's go outside. My brother was like, don't do it, please. Don't.
Girl,
Not
said
your
I want
mother.
my mother.
Mookie
She
talk shit
became
to me
another
a
person.
mile.
My mother became another person. I said, "Oh my
Mhm.
God!" And for like a split second, I thought my sister was gonna get the best of her. My mother, I had to pull her off my sister, me and my daddy, because she became another person. I was
Yeah,
like, "Oh
we a
my God!"
beast. Yeah, because I told her, I said, look, I'm
That
Generation
mama
X.
energy.
I'm not
Yeah,
boomer.
please don't
Right,
play with
because we
them.
we not boomers. We're Generation X. And in our girly, in our days in the 90s, we had bras in the club.
Yeah,
And in our
you don't want a
days in the
bra in the
90s,
club.
we had bras. Oh God, it was horrible. We were horrible, but not like them today. We had bras and it was with our hands. We fought with our hands. It was like, oh, we on the ground rolling, fighting. 90s, yo, they got 9 millimeters. What up? I'm like, oh,
I feel like we was fighting. Mm-mm. Well, I
They
know
were
I was
fighting.
real
They
bad.
were
90s,
Woo.
fighting. They were
I know
they
fighting.
real bad.
These girls, I mean, I ain't never seen nobody. I mean, like they fight.
like dudes
Yeah, like
in the worst
dudes.
way.
They
But I
fight.
thought
Yeah.
we did. That's when we had,
Mm-mm.
we called it the thump game. Yeah, you got thump game with our Tims, but it wasn't with weapons.
No,
These
these
90
girls get
girls,
down.
these girls, they pull out what and what. I'm like, who taught you how to shoot a gun?
Oh
They crazy, they
Lord.
worse, and they ain't scared to go to jail and do a bid. The 90s girls.
Mm-mm. Nope. Yeah, they
I
different.
be
They're a
hearing
different
them
breed.
when they be talking, they be like, yeah, I gotta do a bid, 30 days, 30 days. Fuck it, I'm gonna do it. That way I don't gotta see this bitch no more. That's how they talk about their probation officer. I ain't gotta see this bitch no more. I'm just gonna do all the time out. Fuck her. I'm like, oh God, they are scary.
People that you think that they would have, like, they wouldn't say things about. They don't care. They do not care. It could be some nuns. Girl, they
They
gonna
don't
cuss them out.
care.
They gonna cuss them
They
out.
don't. They don't care. And they don't care how old you are.
No. No.
They don't. But a lot of them were detached from their parents too. And
Maybe,
I
yeah.
think that's what we Generation X, because we had these 90 babies, and Generation X, we made a horrible mistake. We didn't do what some of us did. Like we they, we allowed them to sit at the table with grown folks talking, and they know,
Yeah.
In the 70s, we couldn't do that. We couldn't do that.
Some of
What,
that, yeah. I didn't have anybody else around me. I mean, I had my cousins, but they were younger than me, so I always kind of got involved with. But my mother was very big with my sister on her being independent. Like she needs to do this on her own. She needs to do this. You know, you're gonna stifle her creativity. Leave her alone. I was like, if I had done that, you would have beat me. She was like, you're gonna make her be, you know, crazy with, you know, all of your hovering. And I'm just saying, I'm hovering. So I was quick to grab my mother. She needed to be, my sister needed to be free. So I don't know if that was a second kid thing or that she was older. I don't know. But my mom just totally, you know, my sister could be as free and as hippie as she wanted to be. My mom didn't care. Me?
Oh, because she got older and got soft. That's what they call that.
Yeah, she was like 38 when she had my sister.
Yeah. She
did
got
like
soft.
half of the stuff that my sister did, my sister could be and say and do whatever she wanted. Me, I got the quick mouth. She grabbed my whole mouth one day, just held it, and had a whole conversation with me while she's holding my lips.
Yep.
She's gonna move it, and she's shorter than me, and I'm just like, what in the hell is happening? I'm dying. I'm gonna die.
Girl, it's different, but I swear I love the 90s babies. You gotta love them. You can't help it but love them. They just amaze us. And now when I sit back, I'm like, damn, I really do wish I was like Mookie when it came to men. Because now I'm like, damn, what a difference it would have been.
Yeah, we just was crying and wailing and just all upset and oh my God, they won't call me back. These new baby, they do not. They don't care.
Sitting there, he's talking about. I know, and then they call you back. Yo, why you blowing my beeper up? I'm like, nigga, what? Girly.
Yes.
Why you blowing my beeper up, Smurf? I'm like, well, I was just wondering when you was coming out.
Yeah.
What?
What time you picking me up?
And they said, what?
Girl, I ain't picking you up.
You made me pull off the highway to call you on the payphone because, you know, they didn't have cell phones then. To tell me this, I'm like, he was like, man, then they hang up. And what I do, I get right back on and beep them again. Why you hang up on me? Yeah, the beeper. She said, oh no. Mookie's like, oh no. And Mookie, when she get older, she was like, I know you not finna call him back. This is when her growing up.
Yes.
She was like, oh, hell no. Go stay.
He ugly.
All right, leave me alone. We had to call the niggas on the beeper.
Oh Lord. Yeah, these millennials. But I mean, I admire them. I mean, they're just like, they're so tenacious. And it's just like, you know, they don't care. And I said, I wish I could be that way. I wish sometimes I didn't care so much. Like, you know, I'm just saying about what people, how they may feel about me when this is all said and done. You know, they don't care.
Yeah.
You think about that? I ain't thinking about them folks.
Sharice probably sitting up there saying, what the fuck is a beeper? I see you, Bamo. I see you. You can turn it up. Sharice probably sitting up there saying, what the fuck is a beeper? Sharice, do you know what a beeper is?
I don't know how to use them anymore. I don't.
I know what a beeper is. Yeah. For sure, yes.
I would call all the drug dealers. I'd be like, I'm so broke. Could you bring me something to eat? He's like, what? Man, you come and meet me here. I ain't coming over. We got him on the beepers.
Oh Lord.
Oh, we played mad games in the club to get drug dealers mad. Because we would play the game, we were so corny though, because we would have our girlfriends, and you know we had a lot of girlfriends, call our beepers repeatedly to get our drug dealer man, who the fuck blowing your beeper up? It'd be our girl. We would have our girlfriends call our beepers repeatedly And if we went with a guy that was a little drug dealer in the hood, they snatch your beeper. Who the fuck beeping you like that? What the hell is code 2-1? What the fuck is that? It was just be our girlfriend. We just wanted to get them jealous to see if they loved us. I'm sorry if y'all didn't do that, but that's what we had to do. We was suffering down here.
Oh no, not suffering.
We just wanted to know if Pookie loved us.
If Pookie loved us or not.
Oh man, the stuff we did. Horrible. Oh God, I remember them days like yesterday. Jumping guys in a club that slept with another girl. We would jump the guy. We would never jump the girl. It was the guy. Oh, those days
We
are so
would get
fun.
mad. Yeah, it didn't make sense though. Yeah.
We would jump the dude. We like, you hurt her, our friend, and we would jump him. We would wait right for last call for alcohol to do it, because the owner, would be like, man, don't start that shit in here or that day. We would start. That's where you go after her. Jump him. Hey, Babu. Do you know what a beeper is, Ali Bamu?
Well, first you have to get a payphone.
Gotta get a payphone.
By the way, since y'all are going off, and I don't want to interrupt the female flow. Since you put that out there, movie Phone Booth. Have any of y'all seen the movie Phone Booth?
I think I saw it.
Wait a minute,
a
phone
long time
with
ago.
Colin Farrell.
The scurry one.
And that was a beeper now where he was kept on the phone by the mysterious voice that ended up being Kiefer Sutherland. And Forrest Whitaker was the captain of the police force.
Damn, why does that? I think I do
I kind of remember.
this.
I remember,
There you
but
go.
it was a long time ago.
There you go, right there.
Yep, that's it.
And that
Why
was
do I
almost as
remember this?
terrifying as Get Out.
Oh, I got to go back and look at that again. I swear I've seen that.
again. Yeah.
You haven't seen it in a while, but.
And remember
You
the
seen
Hoochie
it?
Mamas across the street?
I've seen it. Yeah. But it kind of. I got to go back and see that.
Do you remember the Hoochie Mamas across the street?
No.
No, I don't remember that.
Paula Jai Parker, the actress. Paula Jai Parker.
Hoochie Mamas across the street. That's the name of it.
Let me pull that up.
He done left.
He's probably in a bad area. Hoochie Mamas across the street.
What are you talking about in the movie? That it was Hoochie Mamas across the street?
Why does this look? Oh God,
Across the street movie.
Oh, that's Bamo. You can turn it off, Bamo. He must have gotten a bad area. I'm looking to see if I remember that. I don't know why it sounds familiar, but no, at the moment.
It's the woman in the house across the street from the girl in the window. I heard about that, but maybe the Hoochie Mamas across the street is.
He was using their phone booth. And the pimp got shot by the sniper when he came over, when he refused. He could not get off the phone call. Y'all got to go back and watch that. That was.
I gotta go back.
As a matter of fact, I can't remember the name of the high school. There is a high school, I think up there in Jersey or somewhere around you in your neck of the woods, where they kept it up in the high school as a historical relic. Are you familiar with that, sister?
I don't know.
Be
why
the one.
I know, right? I don't know why I feel like I remember this movie. Hoochie
Mama across the street.
No. I was referring to the ladies of the night.
Yeah, little ladies of the night.
That were in the scene, and they were ragging him for blocking the phone, for them not able to get their calls for their the Johns, etc. And there was a Hispanic Puerto Rican kind of guy who was their pimp, the strong arm, that came across the street to get him off the phone, and he got sniped. The sniper took him out.
We had a movie, Little Ladies of the Night, when we was younger, and Rerun played as the pimp in that movie.
Rerun for what's happening?
Yes, he played as the pimp. It was called Little Ladies of the Night. And rerun. I think this the one you talking about, Ali Moon.
No. I'm still talking about the movie Phone Booth. Inside the movie, the complexity of the story was the prostitutes from across the street. That was their phone. That was their phone. I'm doing this as a historical reference. That when we still had public payphones,
Gotcha. Okay. All right. You're
and
right. Hold up.
he was using this way to cheat on his wife. He was an agent and all this kind of stuff. He had multiple phones and he had multiple pagers, So the character got caught up in the phone booth with an assassin. And he could not leave the phone or he would have gotten clipped.
Oh, damn. No, I got to see
Yeah,
this.
it was because it was like a psychological thriller, not so much a horror movie. It's more like Get Out. I would compare it.
Yeah.
It really wasn't as bad as Get Out. It was just the way in which it was mind games was being played.
Jordan
Because he was
Peele,
revealing. Yeah, well, I'm saying Phone Booth, in particular in Phone Booth, he was revealing his dual life. All the underhanded stuff he was doing, being an agent, fake it till you make it, all those kind of. Actually, I'm saying this to get back to what you started, Sister Betsy, about the mind games.
Right.
About the actual phrase that's being used that's called gaslighting. What is gaslighting anyway?
I don't get it either.
Me either.
I don't understand.
But the American is being gaslit by being called a Negro, colored, and black.
Right.
And if you reveal yourself to yourself, because this is what we're talking about, people have to go inward. They have to go into their family story. They have to center themselves in the story. And if you do that, the rest of the society is gaslighting you, nigga.
Right. Facts. Mm-hmm. That's what we talked about earlier today, and that's a fact. And you learn it when you lay back and you really evaluate what you're being taught in these universities. You're doing your jobs, and then you find out that you're the fucking one hurting the people, and you wake up and realize it. And what I was telling y'all was some real stuff. Gaslighting.
Okay, now let me share a story with you. Something I heard off the wall. Do you remember Ron Brown, the first alleged black flag on the play Secretary of Commerce?
Yeah, I remember.
Who died in a plane crash?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how he got his career start as a legal assistant? By putting all of you hood rats on welfare for a decade that paid for his law school and his career path. Did you ever hear him share that story?
No.
Can you imagine how many thousands of families he put on welfare over how many generations now? 3, 4, 5?
No, I didn't know. Oh my goodness.
No, I'm pointing this out as an anecdotal story for the example you're saying. So when you look at an individual a la Obama Nation, when you allow that individual to ride your coattails, the black South side of Chicago narrative from Michelle Robinson, when you are given cachet through Jeremiah Wright and a so-called fiery wannabe community activist who never was a Black Panther. You see what I'm getting at, sister? And then you turn an entire people to convince themselves they are the first black president after the one that played the sax. Which one was the first Negro president again? William Jefferson, Blythe Clinton, or Barack Hussein Obama?
Right, exactly.
So we're being gaslit with whether you are a black president, like a Rachel Dolezal, and the actual historical meaning of black means pale, or the actual African American from Kenya, who all of a sudden comes out of South side of Chicago, one-term senator from Illinois whose seat was sold by a corrupt governor.
Oh wow!
I'm just asking.
I remember that.
I don't know.
I
I'm just
remember
asking.
that.
Yep.
I remember that.
And was told to deny a fiery preacher like Jesse Louis Jackson was told to condemn the anti-Semite Louis X. Farrakhan. Is that gaslighting, sisters?
Yes, it is.
Yep, it is.
Wow.
So we're being played a misdirection, sleight of hand, of where Negro, colored, and black is being dangled over here. Kind of like a carrot in front of the mule to goose the mule for labor that never gets the carrot.
Never.
But you constantly punching the clock for what, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and you will get a gold watch.
Yep.
Are these? I'm saying this as a member of the boomer generation, not whether or not people want to keep. Okay. Well, people can condemn me. I got that. The fact
I was thinking
remains.
About that's what
the
y'all
facts is the facts. That's what he went through.
The facts still remain.
Yep.
That this generation preceded the current generation. Correct.
Correct.
So no matter how dismissive or disrespectful the current generation may think themselves to be, nigga, negro, colored, black person, you would not be here. Literally.
Facts.
You would not be here. Can we stop with the gaslighting?
True that.
Yep.
And I'll pose it to you this way, sisters, and I'll step down because I like the feminine energy to continue to flow. But since you are the first teacher from the womb, okay. So as I part, and as we are imparting to this current misguided generation, what do you call it, Z or Alpha, my queen? All right, which I find amusing. So Z now has been born in the 21st century, right? That means they're 24 years of age.
Yep.
And their children will be Generation Alpha. Okay, so now we going from backwards to the beginning. The first shall be last, the last shall be first. At what? First at what? If you still in nigga shit. Now, Negro, colored, black, BIPOC, Black Indigenous People of Color, ADOS, American Descendants of Slave, FBA, Foundational Black America, who anywhere in the history of the world, not just the current populations of people called ethnicities and nationalities, who has ever been done the way the American has, first called Indian, then Negro, who has ever been done in that fashion? And since no one has been done, again, back to why I say there can be only one American. So can we stop with the gaslighting? And anyone who argues with that, you run from them. Run!
Facts.
Because what is it going to benefit you? Backbiting, debate. Again, I keep reiterating. Where is there a debate with the truth? I stress, underline, bold, captions, exclamation point. The truth and any lie. Where is there a debate?
Facts.
There is none.
There isn't.
Does the truth need your acknowledgement? Does the truth expect you to go along with it or against it?
The truth doesn't care.
And the truth cannot be bought nor sold. But what is marketed and packaged every day called capitalism, and every lie that is bought, purchased, and sold stands on a kernel of truth. Isn't that interesting?
Very.
So can we contemplate that? Teachers, mothers, bringers of life from the womb of man, because they kind of tell us that too, with that Adam and Eve thing you said about earlier. Yeah, you said that too earlier, did you not, Queen Mother? Right. So Eve was the womb of man, right? There's all these narratives we got wrapped up in all this stuff, right? Then how did Adam get here?
That's a mystery. It's a mystery, Laura Hill. It's a mystery.
Y'all got it, my sisters. I'm saying the word of the day, like on Sesame Street, gaslighting. Y'all keep up the good work.
Gaslighting.
Gaslighting.
So that was that. But I don't know, girlie. Me and you, we came out of the generation where, like, when we was little, TV is way different. Lucy and Ricky did not sleep in the same bed.
Didn't sleep in the same bed.
And they began to start bringing things that was going to start being accepted in America.
And remember about the pregnancies? Remember, like, they showed them pregnant, and then they started hiding pregnancy. So, like, if people were pregnant, remember, in real life, they wouldn't write it into the show. They just would hide the pregnancy the entire time. They wouldn't really show it.
Facts. And the biggest thing back in the 70s was when Captain Kirk kissed the pretty black lady.
I remember that.
Remember that? Everybody was like, it was like the thing to see. A white guy tongue kissed a black lady, and she was sharp too. And
she was
you know,
pretty.
that's the era we come out of. It was like, everybody was like, so we came from like a very innocent era. You know, we watched.
Remember when
Leave the Beaver
on Dynasty? I think they had this thing, and they had a fight. That was a big deal for them to fight on camera. And the other one called the other one a bitch, and that was big too.
Yeah, it was big.
It was huge.
We used to begin seeing people in the bed kissing, and we didn't see that when we was little. It was a shock to us, you know. They started off, you know, with that 90210, or everything was just shown.
Baywatch, remember Baywatch?
Yes.
I mean, everything. Yeah, that was unheard of back in the day.
And the soap operas, where there was like no Negroes in the soap operas in the 70s. You did not see them. I don't remember seeing any. It started coming out with the girl, the first Negro woman I seen in the soap operas was the girl that played in Roots with the dimples. She played as Kizzy, right? With the dimples.
Angie.
Yeah.
I think that was her name.
She was the first brown one to literally play.
Yeah, she was on
in
All
the
My
soap
Children.
operas. Yeah.
She was on All My Children.
Beautiful dimples still to this
She had
day.
beautiful dimples. Yep, and her character's name was Angie. But I think she played Kizzy in Roots.
Yep.
She was the first black one, and then remember, was the first black model on the cover of Essence. What's her name? Oh my goodness! She said Bill Cosby touched her.
Who did? Girl, they had me. They was going at it on Facebook with the Bill Cosby thing. I mean, they had Miss Piggy up there. Miss Piggy said Bill Cosby touched her. Remember Miss Piggy?
Yes,
it's a new Zoo review. They had her up there. She had a case with Bill Cosby.
Yes, I remember.
They was going wild. They was wild.
Yes, and then she used to come on the Muppets too. Yes.
Yeah, they had a picture of her up there saying she got a case with Bill Cosby.
Shut up. That's crazy.
I was like, they wildin', y'all wildin'. Oh,
Beverly Johnson.
Beverly Johnson. Yeah, that's her name. Yes.
Yeah. She was first black model on the cover of anything. I think she was the first black cover model.
But we had our own magazine. We had Jet magazine. Remember?
We had Jet, and that's all I had. If the person's face wasn't black on the cover, or it wasn't Essence or Jet, it didn't come in our house. And I didn't realize that until I was a teenager. I didn't realize that nothing came in the house. Like, my mom didn't buy magazines that didn't have us on the cover. And they just didn't come in the house.
We wanted to read them articles because we wanted to read about Michael Jackson. They stayed in the Jet magazine. And we stole them right out the store. We was poor shit. Still the magazine so we could go home and read it and pull them out and hang them up on our walls. The whole Jackson 5 family. We taped it up on the walls. Pictures
Yeah,
and
I mean,
posters.
you just didn't do, I mean, like you didn't, and it wasn't a thing that I think a lot of times people portray it as we had a thing against white people. That wasn't
No,
it.
we
That
didn't.
wasn't why we didn't do it. We didn't do it because they didn't look like you and you didn't associate. I mean, not that you didn't associate with us, we didn't, but for us, it was you brought people into the house that looked and reflected the faces of the people that live here. That's what you brought in the house.
Wow.
That
That was
wasn't,
down south.
yeah, that wasn't, it wasn't anything to do with like, okay, we don't buy this because white people aren't on the cover. We didn't do that. It was like, okay, I don't look like that, so why am I patronizing anything that looks like her? Because it's not gonna, I mean, I'm gonna buy this, and what's it gonna do for you? It's not gonna do anything for you because you're trying to compare it with this white girl. Put it on your skin and see what it looks like on you. Then you make a decision. And so that's how it always was for me. Like my mom and dad really didn't talk about white people. We talked about them if they came on the television and something happened. But other than that, our conversations was always surrounding us, people that look like us. We hardly ever talk. I don't really remember white conversations until they started. Until we just realized, okay, you know, we're not going to be able to. There's other stuff in the world, and now that I'm coming in contact with them because we've moved and now I'm in contact with more white people, the conversations start because you got to start them. You have to start having conversations about white folks because I'm asking. So that was kind of when I learned my lesson about them and how they move. But I didn't know really a lot about white folks until I came in contact with them at school. And that was junior high.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a huge difference from us because when we was little, not only did we enjoy the Jackson 5, we watched the Osmond family. There was competition. We would watch the Osmond, and we all loved Donnie Osmond. They had a cartoon of the Osmonds, and they had a cartoon. That's when they started incorporating the black and white. We had the Jackson 5 family, and they came on the alphabet cereal, so everybody was eating ABC cereal. So wow, it was different here in the North with us. Wow, and a hot
Yeah.
mess.
You didn't like, I didn't. So, like, I know somebody else was saying about that Chop was lying about white people. He's not. He didn't probably really didn't come in contact with them in his regular everyday life. He's not gonna hear about them. His mom, his people talk about them. You're just not gonna have any contact with them. And then even if you go to the grocery store, you may see one or two because you go to the grocery store in your area. You just don't associate with them. And then the only time them conversations start really is if you ask them questions, you see them on TV. Even though we saw them on television, you didn't talk about them. You didn't talk about them. You didn't talk about them. I mean, you talked about Beaver, but that was no talk about this is a white family that's enjoying this. We just kind of talked about the scenes, but them being white, it never really entered the picture. I'm serious.
Wow. See, it was different for us here. Like even in school, like the teachers that looked like me, the black teachers, I couldn't stand their asses. The white teachers treated us better. I'm keeping it a buck. I couldn't stand my teacher, and I'm like, I don't know how the fuck this woman became a principal. I couldn't stand her. But my little white teacher, shit, you couldn't tell me nothing. Because I come out, I was like, Mom, my teacher want me to come over her house. And my mother, you know, being raised in the 40s, who the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, I was so angry because my teacher wanted me to come over her house. And eventually, my mother caved in and let me go because my teacher had a swimming pool and we had fun. We liked our little white teachers. Damn, the South hit different. Wow. But they started incorporating more shows because they were showing we grew up on we had white superheroes when we were little girly. Remember Wonder Woman, $6 Million Man? It was all white. It wasn't no black people in them shows.
It wasn't. Can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, somebody got a YouTube open.
Hold on. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Oh, now I can. Your YouTube was
Okay.
on.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, Wonder Woman. Nobody had, and then when they will make somebody black will make an appearance, like everybody made sure they watched that show so that you could see whoever this black person was, because they would advertise
Yeah.
that so and so was gonna be in
Yeah.
the show. Yep.
Like our favorite shows was like the Brady Bunch. It was teaching white kids how mom and dad have different kids. Dad had the 3 boys and the white lady had the 3 girls, and they came together. It was shows that healed marriage breakups in white families, and we watched it. That's what we watched. That's what they had for us. Finally, they gave us like shows like Good Times.
Good Times and
I think, wait a minute, Sanford and Son. They started giving us shows so we could see people that look like us. What's happening? We finally got shows that we could watch. Interesting.
Because I think for us,
That's my mama. Yes,
people.
with D. What's happening? Yeah, but those were the good old days. I still watch Sanford and Son right now to this day.
Yes, I still watch Good Times. I still watch all of it.
I still watch, and my daughter likes those shows. My daughter is crazy for I Love Lucy. She watching. She was born when Sharice was born. I bet you Sharice don't know what I Love Lucy is. Sharice, I wonder if she knows who.
Of course I know what I Love Lucy is.
You know Lucy.
They used to play the reruns all the time.
I used to watch Maud. Yep, like Maud. and then there's Maud.
Yes, Lucille Ball, she's legendary. Yeah,
my sister and her friends, they all love the Golden Girls. They talk
we
about
love the Golden Girls.
I love the Golden Girls. Who don't love the Golden Girls?
Yeah,
I love the Golden
that's
Girls
a classic.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember all of that. Stuff is very, very, very different.
We used to watch.
I thought about that.
Our cop heroes was Starsky and Hutch.
We're Starsky and Hutch. Remember Chips?
Chips. Oh yeah, the fine ass. Was he Mexican? Girl, he was fine.
He's not
or
Mexican.
Was he?
He is what is he?
Colombian or I forget what he was.
That? Is he Mexican or something like something like that?
I think he is Mexican. He was so fine, Chips.
Yeah, Chips.
With them pretty smile. But Starsky and Hutch was the shit, boy.
Starsky and Hutch. Remember Chico and the Man?
Yes.
What else was I remember the black guy from Starsky and Hutch. Was he like a pimp? They always used to go to him and get information. What was his job? What did he do?
I don't know, but my grandmother shows. Who?
The black guy from what's the name of it? Starsky and Hutch. Was it Huggy Bear? Was that his name?
Oh yeah, he passed too. And you know what? He's Puerto Rican.
Really?
Yeah. I think his name is Antonio something. He's Puerto Rican.
Oh,
Everybody always thought Hugger Bear, yeah. Everybody thought he was black. He's Puerto Rican.
I did not know that. No, I didn't know that.
Or Vargas or whatever.
Vargas. That was his name. Okay, all right.
Yeah, he's Puerto Rican. And then we had who was it? The Facts of Life. I love that show.
And we watched it because
that's
Tootie
when
was in the show.
Right. They incorporated people that look like us. And I love The Facts of Life in a different world that motivated a lot of women in my era to go to college.
Yeah.
A different world.
A different world. And the Cosby Show. I mean, a lot of us, like, to me, that motivated us to like just do better. And you know, like, because they graduated, they went on to college. I mean, that was the sort of the way it went for all of the children. I mean, the only one we didn't see was Rudy, but we never assumed anything was different was going to happen with Rudy because all 4 of the kids before them went to school. So yeah.
Right. And the girl that played in A Different World, they all had distinct roles. The older one that actually had the baby. motivated us to go back to school and, get our degrees. The girl, remember,
Denise's
oh,
character.
yeah, yeah.
Uh-huh. Lisa Bonet.
Isn't she married to Samuel Jackson?
No. You said from the Cosby Show.
No, not from the Cosby Show, a different world.
A
Because
different
they were on
world.
the Connors. You had Wayne, you had
Uh-huh.
the older girl that had the baby.
Oh, was that
I thought she
goodness.
was married to Samuel Jackson. I forget her
No.
name, but the black girl with the
Yeah.
short hair.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
she
she
had a
went
baby.
back to school. Uh-huh.
And that motivated a lot of single girls who got pregnant, who felt like, and that's what motivated me, when because I had my
Yeah.
daughter and I hadn't finished college. But I did go to, trade school, secretarial school. But that motivated me to go back to school.
Go back to school,
Like, if you
yeah.
got a baby, you could do it. And I did. So those shows were really good. They were very positive. They were.
Yeah. I don't know, they kind of sort of, because you saw them go from, like these these people that were, very driven with these children. They had the nice house. Again, it just kind of showed this complete picture of a black family at that point in
Yes.
time. We didn't really get a lot of that. And they
Right.
made it a point of pulling that. And I kind of wanted, I
The
think
wonder
that's
was at my
important
baby.
to kind of show that balance of us, because a lot of times these images and stuff get put out about us that aren't
Yes.
true, and people a lot of times take them to mean this black thing. And I was telling somebody the other day, I was saying, it's not a skin color thing. I said it's a us thing, it's an Indian thing. I said, because if you look around, I said, you don't see African people getting arrested and going to jail. I said,
Right.
you see them going to work, doing their things. They come here, they go to school. I said, of course, they've picked out who they want to come here. I said, so I said, you see them or you see scammers. I said, the thing about scammers is they just decided, I said, that they are going to make their money some other way. I said, but scammers are not idiots. I said, because you're not going to be able to scam for a legitimate amount of time and be stupid. I said, but it's an us thing. I said, and so it was important for me to see not just the brown skin, but the mentality that,
Right.
and you knew they were Americans. And so that kind of, like, I really looked, and to me, that thing that they did to Bill Cosby, whether or not you think he's guilty or innocent, the way they did him, they didn't do anybody else like that. They
No, they
These
didn't.
white men came
They
through
didn't.
here, and people that we know did wrong, and we didn't hear half as things that we heard about their personal private lives of their family and children as did about Bill Cosby. So,
Yes.
regardless however you feel about it, you have to look at how they treated them, and it's totally off. It's not the same. It's yeah, and it's a Bill Cosby us thing. It's not. It doesn't have anything to do with that he's black and no, it's an Indian thing.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Interesting. But as I watch the newer generation coming up with all the digital, it's just a different world, girlie.
It is. Mm-hmm.
It truly
It's
is.
different.
And I'm glad that you and I, being Generation X, were able to experience the beginnings of it, because it's
Yeah.
only going to get to a point where we're like, we don't understand what's going on.
We don't understand what's going on. And I think coming to the realization that you get it started with you, but you may not see it to its fruition, but you kind of set it up in a good spot and you leave it to some good people. And you know that it's only going to get better from that point on, when they take over. So that's kind of the way that I've come to grips with it, but that I'm at the beginning of it, and that's a good feeling
Can you
to
just
kind of
think
pay it off.
back?
Hmm.
Remember when we learned how to type literally on the typewriter?
Yep.
It wasn't no electronic, because that came later. It was that
That
typewriter from
peck,
the
peck, peck.
19th. I don't think these kids know what we learn how to type on. They learn how to type on their cell phones.
Yep.
Type
A
Writer.
big, a typewriter. It was like literally you had to take the ribbon and load it,
Oh,
and
they. Oh
remember,
my
like,
goodness.
remember it was fabric, and then you would turn it over so that you could try to, like, if it had run out and you would try to make it where it would use spaces in between, but you had to turn it over to do that because you had to use the other
Correct.
side. I remember all of that.
Yes. This is what we learned on to type
Yep.
as young women, and we didn't have a return button. We had to push that metal thing right there.
Sure
Straight
did.
like that. And we had correction tape that if we made a mistake, we stick this white piece of correction tape in there and then type over it so it could white it out. Today, I mean, from what we came from, oh my goodness, I remember these days, and then getting jobs using these same typewriters.
Yeah.
By the
And
time I
that was
got
like
it,
the
yeah.
electric one. Where was it? I think it was underneath that one. The one
Let
on
me
the
see.
second one.
Electric.
Yeah. That one right there. I
I'm
think
gonna.
that was electric. And like when you would plug that up, that thing, like if you had your hand down there or something, you was trying to mess with something, when it would turn on,
Yep.
whatever key that was would grab your finger. And and I know people probably saying like, well, why would you have your finger down there? Because you had to fix something. And something would happen and the power would come on and snatch your finger.
Facts. That's what we learned on. Today is so different. They have like all this. They learn how to type on cell phones. See, I can't. People be typing like this on their cell phones with their thumbs. I'm still doing this with my fingers. I can't do this. I cannot hold my phone like this and send nobody a text message. I can't do it.
Well, I learned watching my sister, and that's the way she texts. And so, because I wasn't texting, she was, of course. And so, once I decided to do it, I just did it the way I saw her do it. So I can type that way with the two thumbs, but I'll tell somebody quick, I'm done with all that thumb typing. So you're gonna have to call me because I'm not. That's it.
Look, Sharice ran off. She was like, I don't know this ancient stuff.
Exactly.
90 babies. But I'm just glad that I'm able to be in this generation to experience. And, they're going to get up in their 50s because they're 30-year-olds now. Now, 20 years from now, it's they get up in their 50s because they're 30 now. They got 20 years. When they get in their 50s, that generation following them is going to piss them off.
and they say, I remember when. I'm saying, oh, I can't believe that's coming out of your mouth. Right.
Yep.
How does it feel to see your grandsons and from them knowing that they're American Indian just from so little and not ever having really to grapple with everything I learned I have to unlearn?
Facts.
How does that feel?
It feels good. It feels good because they know, I teach my grandsons all their school records. They have their little tribal IDs. So I feel good.
Yeah.
And I do. They have little tribal IDs. And, my daughter is very good. She's very good she's very stern. Like, excuse me, no, I'm Indian. But everybody knows, like Willie's son, when he go to school, they know he's Indian, and it is what it is.
Okay.
But, I think Connecticut is very different than, I think it gets rough as you go south about the Indian, but Connecticut is really not like the South when it comes to us understanding who we are. Connecticut doesn't hide that from us. They don't literally.
It was hidden from us. And the grandmothers really played a role in it. So that's why I get really pissed about it. Because if it wasn't for the two of them, and one of them was my great grandmother, if it wasn't for my mother's mother and my great grandmother, I wouldn't know any of this. None of it.
Yeah, In Connecticut, yeah, it's like we're very accustomed to seeing mulattoes and as Indians and whites as Indians because it's so heavily mixed here. We have a very diverse population. Like I
Yeah,
show
y'all
you my
do.
mom's high school picture. It was all that was in the 60s and it was
Hmm.
like that in the 50s. So Connecticut never hid the fact of us being Indians and they never called us Africans. They were very open. I find that more the northern states are more friendlier with our history.
Yeah, they are. Because like in
Yeah.
Chicago, like everything is, you see stuff that's named, and they don't, to me, they don't try to really hide the history of the people. I think that what they've done is people have just kind of superimposed themselves on top of it, so they're, who they think they are is just different from um, who's portrayed. So the Indian looks like somebody else, but they're very more forgiving when you, if you talk to them about it and they don't have a mixed background, they're way more accepting. In the South, not so much. I had to like really work on my family, even though they knew because of my grandmother, but they was looking at me like, well, no, remember this and remember that. So they don't,
Mm,
yeah. I'm like, remember
interesting.
what? That's no, that did not happen. And you'll ask them a question like about roots and about it being about it not being true. And oh yeah, Alex Haley did get sued. So they'll
Hmm.
say stuff like that, but just like, okay, you realize that all of our images that we saw, from very young is from that movie. And that's kind of what started it and shaped everything, you know.
Mm.
And they like, oh yeah, that's right. But it's hard for
Yep.
people to let it go.
Remember Dane? I don't know if you remember when Dane showed that video when Ron Howard was little Opie. Remember he went to his aunt. What was her name again? I used to watch the Andy Griffin show faithfully.
What is it, Ain't B?
Yeah, Aunt B. When
Mm-hmm.
Opie ran up to her and he was telling her that Indian they had him in chains or something. I don't know. And Aunt B said they're doing a bad thing, and it was a black guy that was the Indian that they
Really?
had in chains. Yeah, remember when Dane showed that video when little Opie ran
No.
up to Aunt B and say that they're selling a man or something, and Aunt B said that they're doing a bad thing. You remember that, Julie? I'm trying to sit back here and find that video. I'm gonna see if I can find it
Okay.
when Opie. That was Ron Howard. Um, her name was Aunt B, right?
I think that was it. I think that was her name. Yep.
Oh man, I remember when Dane showed the video, and I remember that as a little kid when he
Hmm.
ran, when little Opie ran up to Aunt B and told her about the Indian.
Wow. I don't. I just started thinking about all the other times that we saw Indians and why I never thought about their skin color, even though I was watching it. All of them, I've seen them. You know what I'm saying? Like in reruns, just a syndication. I never, for whatever, I never thought the fact that they were dark. They really were
Mm,
brown. They really were brown. I mean, we not. They didn't enhance the picture. I'm looking at them and I'm like, yeah. And I remember a doll I had. She was an Indian doll, same skin color. She was darker than me, but I never
mm.
thought that we were the same. I didn't, even though my grandmother told me that.
I remember. Oh man.
But didn't think African though. I remember that. I just was. Uh-uh.
And the one when they show with Buckwheat and they was playing the Indians, and
Mm-hmm.
Buckwheat had to be the Indian. Remember
I
that?
remember that. I remember that.
Damn. Judy Garland, the blackface. Yep, I remember that. The shit that they did, man. when we was little. Yeah, Buck, we had to be the Indian. I
And did
remember
y'all play?
that.
Y'all play Cowboys and Indians?
Oh yeah.
But I remember nobody wanted to be the Indian. Everybody wanted to be the cowboy. But I remember we were in Texas, so I didn't think anything about it. But I
The
just
cowboy
remember
it
that.
is.
Right. But so everybody would want to be the cowboy, nobody wanted to be the Indians. But when the Indians, everybody would root for the Indians to die.
Yep.
Everyone
wanted to kill the Indian.
Everybody wanted to kill the Indians. Yep.
Yep. We played that. We played cops and robbers when we was little. Cowboys and Indians. Yep. Wow, man.
I know.
Cowboys and Indians. And
We used to drink
damn.
from the hydrant. We used to drink from the water hose.
The water house. And
yes. Mm-hmm.
yep.
All of that.
Damn, I remember them days. And that's what Baldwin said. You know, everybody's rooting for Gary Cooper, but the Indian is you.
He sure did. And I was like, he said it. He
did. He said everybody's rooting for Gary Cooper to kill the Indian, and the Indian is you. So that's
like,
what you talking about. For some real dumbass niggas. You the Indian.
Me. Yes.
And we sitting around rooting for Gary Cooper to kill the Indian. And niggas don't even know that the Indian is there.
It is you.
They came off him and
Exactly. Lord.
A hot mess, honey. We yelling all us niggas running around. That's what you call a washing away of the history, truly.
They washed it.
Them. That's a hot mess. Everybody's cheering for Gary Cooper to kill the Indian, but the Indian is you. Dumb niggas don't even know.
Yes, exactly. And the nigga told you. This doesn't make any sense. And I think that's why a bunch of Gen Xers are just like, okay, squash it. I don't believe in nothing. I don't believe in nobody.
Judy.
Because we watched it change. It was like, wait a minute, that ain't what happened. No, See, we did this and we did that. And, you know, our parents looked at us like, well, that's what they said. And it's like, no, because it was something different 5 minutes ago. And well, let's see how this whole thing turns out. Well, it turned out that we are the Indians. So when we watched that movie, we was all being lied to.
Yeah, sad.
Oh, okay.
It was sad. It is sad. I mean, it is sad when you know that everybody was cheering for Gary Cooper to kill the Indian. They didn't even know the Indian is I mean, man, that's messed up.
It is. It's so messed up. But wow.
Damn, I've been up for 4 hours. I'm about to get out of here, girly.
Yes.
I think I'll go get comfortable and watch Smoke Channel. I don't know who else is live, but I ain't getting on no panels. But
because by this time, what's her face has run out of steam. Hopefully,
huh?
I said, what's her face has run out of steam because I think he left when I kicked him out of the chat, and then he went over to Smoke Signal. You know, just barking.
Oh no, are you serious?
That's what, Sharice was writing it in the chat before we came up that he left here and went to Smoke's channel. So yeah, you'll have to run it back so you can hear him rant. I will have to do the same.
Smoke is still live.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna do a redirect then.
You can put us right on over there.
I'm gonna send y'all right over there. Hang on, y'all. Don't go nowhere. Let me see. I copied that. So now I'm gonna go to my YouTube studio. Bab taught me how to do this. So y'all give me a minute. I'm trying. All right, the live. Go here to the pencil. Customization. Redirect. Smoke paste. There it is.
Good evening, everybody.
There it is. Save. All right, y'all. In a minute, y'all gonna be in Smoke's chat room, y'all. Smash the like button when y'all get in there. I love y'all, and I'll
Peace.
see y'all. See y'all. Remember what I said. Don't go for them psychological games. Remember the earlier part of the segment. Love y'all.